Greetings from Next Door. Written by Shatona Havig. Narrated by Krista Del Sorbo. 1. October 21st, 4:23 p.m. Using twice the force necessary to accomplish her task, Glyn Darrow ripped the strip of paper from her shopping list and slammed it down on the counter. With a death grip on her favorite Inkjoy pen, she jammed the clicker down against the paper. Ink should have spurted out the top like Old Faithful gone wild, and began a furious scrawl. To whom it should concern, that's you, Mr. 31 Elderberry Close. Greetings from next door. As a newcomer to the neighborhood, you may not be aware of simple courtesies that decent people observe as a matter of course here in Fairbury. I will enlighten you. One does not allow one's obscenely large vehicle to block the entrance and exit to a neighbor's driveway unless one has a life-threatening emergency. As I see no blood, no ambulance, and hear no horrifying wails, proving that you are suffering from the sniffles, I respectfully demand that you move the monster truck now. Your neighbor, Glyn Darrow. P.S. Welcome to the neighborhood. P.S.S. Or is it P.P.S.? I don't know. I did knock. It appears you not only blocked my drive, but then left the premises in order to further torment me. October 21st, 4:35 p.m. A wall of moving boxes separated Clay Ruskin's new open-plan living-dining kitchen into living and food-related areas. One of those boxes held office supplies, but the list with what was in each carefully numbered box was in his sister's purse. That sister was trapped on the other side of Rockland, waiting for a new belt for her car, and not answering calls or texts. Addie never did well with anyone or anything failing to live up to expectations. He finally found a roll of paper towels in a box with cleaning supplies and pulled one off the roll. His Sharpie marker bled into the countertop. Bad idea. Instead, he pulled out the inner cardboard roll and flattened it. With his house key, he sawed through it, creating cardboard lint that would flake off for days. That'd teach the old biddy. Hello, Glyn? Or is it Mrs. Darrow? I wouldn't want to be accused of impertinence as well as discourtesy. My truck apologizes for its offensive size. As for me, I like it. Thanks to its strength, I was able to pull my moving trailer. As for blocking your driveway, I saw your car. It could swing like a pendulum across the drive and still get nowhere near my truck. When he ran out of space with the thick block letters, Clay flipped over the makeshift parchment and continued on the back. If my Ram is a beast, your smart car is a bug. Easily squashed. Easily fits in tiny places. You have plenty of room. Would you like me to come out and do the old air traffic controller arm moves? Give me time and place. Note, I only parked where I did because the neighbor was parked in front of my house, and I had heavy stuff to carry to the door. It was just for a few minutes. Thank you for the welcome to the neighborhood. Also, Google says it's PPS, postscript. Clay Ruskin, if that matters. October 21st, 4:44 p.m. As if proof that this year couldn't get any worse, snow flurries swirled as Glyn stole up the path to Clay's door. Clay. What kind of guy was named after stuff potters throw? That prompted a snort before Glyn's inner snark took over. This coming from someone named after a scandalous novelist. Get over yourself. October, even if near the end of the month, was too early for snow. A few more flakes swirled and began dropping heavier by the second. Especially in Fairbury. The whole Rockland area was in a unique part of the state and received worse weather than the surrounding counties. But this was Michigan or Minnesota weather. What on earth was brother weather, or whatever the family name they gave the guy who doled out rain, sun, sleet, and autumnal destroying snow, thinking. She'd decided to slip the note through the mailbox slot next to the door when she discovered there wasn't one at his house. The door flung open, and a man stood there gaping at her. "Mrs. Darrow?" As Glyn took in the picture of Clay Ruskin framed in his freshly painted, indigo-blue doorway, she fought back the urge to throw back her head and produce a primal yowl. So not fair. Clay Ruskin possessed everything she admired in a man. Physically speaking, that is. Obviously, he was an idiot. But those eyes. Large, nearly black. Was it brown or blue under that darkness? Covered by heavy brows that made him look a bit brooding. Angular bone structure with a bit of a... like the idiot she knew him to be. Peer pressure at work already? She glanced at her Apple Watch. 9 a.m. Shadow. Curls, riotous curls all over his head. Her mother would say they were far too long. Glyn disagreed. Oh, to run her hands. "No, what is wrong with you? Focus. He's the enemy and must be made to surrender." So, with a squeak, she thrust the note at him and scurried home before he figured out she'd been drooling. No, admiring, not drooling. None of her friends would consider Clay Ruskin to be remotely handsome, but, oh, everything she loved, including not being too tall, in one perfect specimen of... avoidability, that is what it is. Who cares what blessings God bestowed on his frame when his heart and mind are wrapped up in rudeness and a truck big enough to take on a tank? At the gate, she glanced back and saw him there, staring. Saw him through more snow, of course. He looked lonely. Her heart lurched, but common sense took over and she marched toward her little smart car. He could mock it all he liked, but it was efficient, had less negative impact on the planet, and suited her needs well. Not overkill like his truck. That thing was big enough to be a military weapon. Still, the moment she got behind the wheel, she checked her face in the rearview mirror. Nope, not a spot of drool. "Take that, Mr. Made-to-Order with the wrong personality." Why had he packed away his camera and lenses? That picture of Glyn, not a little old lady after all, standing at her gate, her... what color was that hair? Brown? Red? Blonde? He didn't know. A little of all of them. Anyway, that hair wisping around her face as it broke free of the messy bun at the back of her head would have made for a stunning picture. Black and white. Wow. He pulled another note from the little envelope and read, "Hello again, Clay. Greetings from next door. Again. Thank you for moving your vehicle. I apologize for your other neighbor's rudeness. It is understood that people don't park too close to each other's driveways, but your house has been empty for a while. I think people have gotten lazy. I'm sure it won't be a problem in the future. Meanwhile, I am going to the market to grab stuff to make dinner. I'm making cottage pie and will deliver one to you by 6:30. Welcome to Elderberry Close. Glyn." Interesting. Under the hood of Ms. Smart Car beat the heart of one swiftly on the way to his... stomach. Heart? No way. It took 2 hearts to make something noteworthy. Good one, Clay. And Glyn, the unwritten rule follower, didn't have one as far as he could tell. Too bad. She was cute. That hair, those eyes. He could swear they were green, but it was probably that green coat. Gray, he decided. And the coat hinted at curves, too. No skinny bones, this woman. Definitely too bad her personality seemed to be limited to whatever would fit on a 5x7 sheet of notepaper. His phone buzzed and skittered across the counter as he stood there, watching that toy car of Glyn's roll down the street as if pushed by baby hands. It was almost cute. Clay snatched up the phone and, at the sight of Abby's name, offered up a quick prayer for favor. He really needed those lists.
Hey, Abs.
Stop calling me that. I'm not somebody's six-pack.
Get the belt replaced?
Yeah, they're doing it now. The guy says rush hour is in swing, and being Friday and in the middle of construction, it'll be extra bad. He recommends getting a hotel and leaving early in the morning. It's only another hour there, but he says it could take 4. I'm dead. Though Clay wanted to ask where she and this guy planned to have dinner, a date was in the works, he had no doubt about this. He didn't bother. Abby would get defensive, he'd growl at her, she'd hang up, and then she'd punish him by not showing up until dinner the next day. Feel bad because you can't possibly have food yet. Do stores in that dinky town stay open this late? And here it began again.
Since my neighbor just went off to the store herself, I suppose they do. I'll go grab stuff. It's snowing here, so it's probably a good thing you're staying.
With promises to leave no later than 10 the next morning, Abby asked if he needed anything from a real city. It was one jibe too many. Against his better judgment, he assured her that he needed nothing except,
I wouldn't mind a brother-in-law. Let me know if this mechanic is a good fit for the job. See you tomorrow.
He disconnected before she could respond, proof he wasn't completely insane. The snow came down harder, but it didn't seem to be sticking. Clay stood at the island that he felt sure he'd demolish when the time came. Open floor plans had been all the rage for too long in his opinion. The last owners had done a hack job of a DIY on the place, resulting in walls knocked out and posts inserted in all of the oddest places. Laminate wood flooring. Gag. This house needed real stuff. In one of those boxes, canvas grocery bags lay in wait for a good shop. They'd get used soon enough, but this time he'd have to take his truck and use plastic. If Ms. Greetings saw him, he'd probably get an eyeful of her opinions on yet another piece of notepaper. He could see it now. Greetings from next door. In case you weren't aware of it, using plastic bags means that 6,000 pounds of carbon, 200 puppies, and a partridge in a pear tree must be sacrificed to the petroleum gods. In the future, please don't be a tightwad and purchase reusable bags like a decent human. I'm sure there's one in you somewhere. P.S. What is that huge dumpster thing doing in front of the house you just bought? It was remodeled 10 years ago. It's fine. P.P.S. I'm making oatmeal cookies. Do you like yours with raisins or without? If you don't let me know in time, you're getting raisins. They're good for regularity, which I suspect you need help with. Clay chuckled all the way to his truck, enjoying the note he'd composed. The thing was, he wasn't too far off on it. Of that, he had no doubt. Too bad about the oatmeal cookies. He could grill a steak, pan-fry salmon to perfection, make great mashed potatoes and even better goulash, but if it required an oven, he destroyed it. Then again, maybe it had been his old one. The new house had gas, which he'd heard was better for cooking. 2 steps outdoors nearly sent him back inside. The air had dropped a good 20 degrees since he'd brought in the last box. Still, the sooner he got to the store, the sooner he could get home. A stack of wood inside the detached garage had tempted him, but Clay had decided it would be a couple of months before he'd be able to justify it. Apparently not. He'd just dash into the store, grab what he needed, and run back to the truck. 2 minutes in the cold, tops. The first snowflake on his arm nearly made him reconsider.
You couldn't have grabbed a long-sleeved shirt this morning?
His 2 minutes worked out to be more like 5, each way. Fairbury bustled on a Friday night. The whole town had gone all out for Halloween, and while it was impressive, all he could think about was what it would look like at Christmas.
Those light poles probably get garland and white lights. Wreaths probably dangle from everything. Oh, and carolers. I bet there are carolers, too, probably with a soprano that would shatter crystal. But on this bizarre, snowy October evening, the bustling meant people everywhere, and parking non-existent. hence the trek to the store taking much longer than anticipated. The lure of good coffee nearly derailed his purpose, but goosebumps had moved onto his arms and threatened to take up permanent, frozen residence there. He opted for the store instead. He'd chosen Fairbury for its classic, small-town atmosphere, including a town square, quaint little shops, and weekly farmers' market from spring through fall. The old brick buildings featured classic Middle American architecture that looked ripped off a wholesome family TV show. At any moment, Gene Kelly would come out with an umbrella, swing around a light pole, and decide that singing in the snow wasn't as fun as in the rain, and go back inside. He jogged past a music shop, a bookstore, a restaurant with a packed parking lot, and down another street with a florist. The grind beckoned again with its wafts of steaming caffeinated nectar, but Clay ignored it and made for the market. Half the town had cute shop names like the Peddler or the Music Man. The others stuck to simple, on-the-nose monikers. The Diner or the Mailbox. The local grocery store bore a sign that read, The Market. Inside, he grabbed a cart and took off through the store on a mad dash for basics. If they had a TV game show for being first in and out with your shopping, he felt certain he'd take home whatever that prize would be. Milk, cereal, bread, cheese, lunch meat, oranges, a banana, and chips. Mayo, mustard, lettuce, tomato. The list grew longer with each second. He put back burgers and buns when he recalled having to carry all the bags to his truck. After all, his snarky neighbor was bringing him dinner. Bet it's inedible. After all, it's a pie. It'll be baked. She probably can't bake any better than I can. Twice he nearly started down an aisle where Miss Greetings from Next Door stood reading the back of some packaging, probably searching for the carbon footprint of producing or eating it. Did Glynis? No, that wasn't it. Glinny? No, single syllable. Whatever. Did she really think that all that reading would make enough difference to combat the stress of worrying about every little thing? And then he rebuked himself. Who did he think he was? She could be allergic to whatever is in everything these days. Soy. At that thought, he saw her pull a bottle of soy sauce from the shelf. No way was she reading the back for soy. She couldn't be that ridiculous. He snickered as he reached the checkout counters. She's probably checking sodium content. Someone that high-strung probably has to watch her blood pressure. Once more, Clay gave himself a good dressing down. Never had he disliked someone so much simply because she made a bad first impression. Rude. Unjust. He couldn't help a grin. And funny. She was funny, even if she didn't mean to be. 2. An 8x8 pan of something sat on a piece of cardboard ripped off a packing box and rested on his countertop. Clay flicked on the pendant lighting over his counter breakfast bar. The thing had to go, and eyed it closer. Truly, he'd never seen an uglier casserole. Maybe that was because he'd never seen a cottage pie before, but were the... He peered closer to prove his point. Mashed potatoes? A tiny taste proved that, yes, they were. Were the mashed potatoes supposed to have moldy spots? He picked up the fork Glyn, that was her name, had thoughtfully, no, really, provided and scooped out one of the spots. It could be mold, definitely. But maybe an herb? Did people put herbs in their mashies? This one probably did. After all, she'd just made it, hadn't she? Half the pie had been modestly but thoroughly coated with grated cheese. The other half had none. Had she meant to keep half for herself? He didn't know. The halves stayed mostly distinct, but the small spillover reminded him of those Facebook photos of the Mississippi River flowing into the Gulf of Mexico.
mostly straight and unmixing, but occasional overlaps here and there. Unlike the "they never mix" proof of God that the photo always claimed, the waters did flow together. The phenomenon was caused by algae in the region and only during certain times of the year.
That's a better proof for God, but they have to ignore scientific fact and make people who believe in him look like idiots.
Honesty forced him to add,
Then again, most Christians are idiots, so there's that.
odder than the "never the twain shall meet," even though they did halves. On the cheese side, if you looked close enough and squinted just right, it had darkened in perfect spots to create a horrible, creepy face. Almost like the demonic equivalent to an angel in the toast. Weird. Well, dinner wouldn't eat itself. Without any other way to do it, Clay dug into the dish with his fork and added piles of both sides onto his, equally thoughtfully provided, paper plate. It took a dozen tries to get enough, and only once he'd settled in on his couch did Clay realize he could have eaten from the pan. Whatever. Now Abby could have some if she wanted. And both halves were seriously delicious. He went back for seconds. Thirds. Okay, he ate over half the pan and ignored the snacks he'd purchased. Inspired by something so amazing, he dug through every box in the room until he found a real pen and an actual piece of printer paper. In the process, he also found a storage container. Shh, don't let her find out it's plastic. So with the leftovers, sans a few more bites, cooling in the fridge, he sat down at his ridiculous breakfast bar. It really had to go, and penned a more cordial note.
Glyn, thank you for dinner. This is one of the most delicious things I've ever eaten. Considering I've eaten most of it already, I think you can trust my word on that. I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot, and I hope you've forgiven my neighborly faux pas. Phone is updating. Is that how you spell that? I can't check. Please feel free to ask for anything anytime. I'm here to help. If that includes eating your leftovers to save them from the landfill, then I'll do my part for the planet.
He hesitated. Too much? Just as he'd have scrapped it and started over, Clay decided that no, it wasn't too much. Authentic. This was authentic Clay Ruskin, and she could deal with it. Especially if it got him the occasional kitchen overflow. Time to sign off and hope for the best.
Yours truly, the monster, truck owner, next door.
That probably was too much, but he couldn't resist. After scrubbing every bit of baked-on cheese and gravy from the glass pan, he set the potholders she'd left inside and slipped his note between them. It looked like two mittened hands holding the note. He could see Abby dashing out to grab some kind of greenery outside or maybe a few autumn leaves to tuck in with it all for an aesthetic appeal. Clay probably hated the word aesthetic more than any other word at present. With that, he hurried through the snow that kept trying to stick, and failing, to his neighbor's door, set the pan on the welcome mat, knocked, and dashed across yards to his own house. Now, if he could figure out why he'd taken off like a kid playing reverse ding-dong-ditch, that would be nice. October 28th, 11:02 a.m. They stood in a row, mocking and taunting, haunting her, she decided. That thought prompted a weak attempt at a smile. 3 elongated pumpkins. She'd searched the Brant's Corner pumpkin patch for over an hour to find the right ones to fit her vision. Just right. And now, "I can't do it," she whispered. The knives on her counter laughed at her. She knew it. Driven by determination and the need to get the project done, Glyn called her friend Daisy and begged for advice. "How do I make myself do this?" She chose to believe that the cackle on the other end was just Daisy getting into the spirit of things, but she had to tease. "Witchcraft is to the sin of rebellion as rebellion is to the sin of witchcraft." If the cackle growing louder meant what she thought it did, she'd failed. Just saw around the tops. Upend the things, and maybe the guts will be so scared of you they'll drop out by themselves. Ha! Or go ask the new neighbor to do it for you. He said anything, didn't he? Well. A giggle erupted this time, a vast improvement over her Wicked Witch of the West routine. And make sure you put on your I love your guts sweatshirt. Glyn caught sight of her reflection in the window and winced. She'd have to change before he came, if she asked. Isn't that like giving the enemy intel? He's your enemy now? Okay, so he hasn't been too bad this week, but come on. He's got a truck big enough to live in. At least Daisy would agree with her on that one. And she did. Not that it helped. If he were perfect, he'd be annoying. This is just imperfect enough. And... She threw in as if she knew her argument had been weak. It's fixable. He can always be converted to reasonable transportation choices. You know you love it when you've influenced someone to make a more sustainable choice. I am not interested in turning my neighbor into someone I think of more than I have to. Then again, he had said he'd help. Nope, she couldn't do it. Come on, Glyn. I know you. The moment you see the insides of those things, you'll spew today's coffee ration all over your floor. So go ask the guy. Daisy chuckled at her snort. Or drop him another note. I can read it now. Dear guy I don't want to be attracted to. I need you, but not for attraction purposes. I need you to ensure I don't spew my guts out at the sight of pumpkin guts. Yours desperately, Glyn. Fine. I'll ask, but I blame you for not being here to rescue me. 10 minutes later, with her cutouts drawn on in fine-tip Sharpie, Glyn had nothing left she could do except beg help from her neighbor. She pulled out a piece of notepaper and began a plea for help. Pride tried to convince her to guilt him into it, but she managed to fight it off. Righteous anger might be justified sometimes, such in the case of being trapped by a truck in one's own driveway. Self-righteous anger was just petty. To stomp one last time on that self-righteousness before it got the better of her, she pulled out a few of the fall sugar cookies she'd made and arranged them on a plate. It had once been said that the way to a man's heart was through his stomach, and while she didn't want that romantic corner of the dude's heart, no really, she couldn't, Glyn needed the kindness to fellow man or woman part. After one more moment's hesitation, she plucked her best pumpkin cookie with its sweet jack-o'-lantern face, no scary stuff for her, and nestled it in the middle. There. Raking his backyard, kind of like shoveling snow during a blizzard, but Clay had high hopes that if he showed the leaves where he wanted them, they might just fall into place. One could hope, dream, be disillusioned. With a final pull of the rake to his neat pile in one corner of his yard, he jerked a tarp over the whole thing, weighed it down with rocks, and called it done. As if to mock him, another trio of leaves did delicate pirouettes as they floated down from his sugar maple. It begins again. Unfortunately, his front yard needed the same attention. After a pause for a quick glass of water, Clay trudged through the living room, dropping 3 leaf fragments on the way, and out the front door. Next time, keep the rake outside. What is that? The question was a valid one. On a plate ensconced in a Ziploc bag sat cookies? They must be. He saw blobs that were probably supposed to be pumpkins, orange with other blobs and squiggles that, if you squinted just right, might be triangle eyes and a sweeping smile. Leaves, of course. Lots of leaves in, shall we say, interesting colors. Red, purple, green, gold, all swirled into a semi-iridescent mix that occasionally showed one of those colors, but mostly looked like a grayish-brown blob.
White blobs must be ghosts. Red, Christmas ornaments? No, they had to be apples, right? As freakish as they looked, Clay wondered if he should risk eating them, where they'd come from. Just as he picked up the plate, the breeze sent a paper fluttering away as if determined to fulfill its dream of becoming an autumn leaf. He caught it as it trapped itself against the siding. Glyn. He'd try a cookie. After all, she'd made that pie that looked bizarre and tasted amazing. How much could someone, other than him, destroy flour, sugar, and butter? He bit into an orange blob, pumpkin, and read the note. Dear Clay, greetings from your pathetic neighbor next door. Help. I have a project that has to be done today, but I don't have the guts to do it, literally. Or maybe I should say that my guts will revolt if I do. Please come rescue me. I offer this plate of fall cookies as down payment. I'll add another cottage pie if you'll help me. Desperate over here. Glyn. A sea of leaves rippled and seemed to undulate over his front yard. An excuse to avoid more raking? Yes, please. With the rake propped up against his front door so he couldn't blind himself to it, Clay took off across Glyn's crunchy yard. She had the door open before he reached the porch. Thank you so much. Seriously, the woman was going to break down into sobs or something. Wait, that sweatshirt? No way. I love your guts? Well, it seemed fitting since I don't have the guts to remove the guts from my pumpkins. Please. The pleading would have ripped the heart out of the most hardened villain in any universe. I'll do anything. As he stepped into the house, he immediately smelled pumpkin, cinnamon, and coffee. Her own latte efforts, muffins and a hot drink, a candle or two. It absolutely could be. The place looked like a gift shop display. Almost, anyway. Worn hardwood floors that desperately needed a good sanding and sealing squeaked as he moved across them. When he found himself led through the living room and dining room into her kitchen, a proper craftsman walled-off kitchen no less, his heart thumped and skittered. This house. She'd probably gotten it for a song because the only real updates had been paint and possibly a few windows. One leaded glass jobby in the living room called to him. She hadn't replaced that. The old, stained but clean, the place fairly sparkled. Wallpaper probably wasn't original, but it might as well have been. The stainless steel countertops, however, had to be original. Wow. Then he saw them, a trio of squished pumpkins. To his way of thinking, pumpkins should be short and squatty. Considering one was pale enough to be considered white, he considered them all ghosts of their intended selves. Why are they all skinny like that? I thought they'd look better as owls if they were more elongated. You don't agree? You're making owl-o-lanterns? Giggling females ranked up there with fingernails on chalkboards, fingers on velvet, and styrofoam of any kind. So why did hers make him want to laugh? Maybe it wasn't her giggle. Maybe it was just her. Maybe, just maybe, Glyn Darrow wasn't as snippy as he'd thought. Another giggle that also didn't rankle. Glyn shook her head. Since I just traced on the outlines, one could argue that if you chose to accept your mission, you are making jowl-o-lanterns. I'm making cottage pie. His hesitation must have unnerved her because she rushed to add, or I could go get some ground lamb and make an authentic shepherd's pie. You don't have to do that. I'll cut, but I don't promise to be any good at it. Not a fan of lamb? It almost sounded like an accusation, but the slight cock of her head and the expression on her face looked more like curiosity to him. Clay picked up a butcher's knife that lay next to the unsuspecting, they weren't very bright, were they, pumpkins, and stabbed it into the top of the tallest one. The knife slid through like butter. Glyn kept those things sharp.
He could not, however, saw around it with the knife. Glyn was on it, though.
"Look at this video. It says no knives."
She shot him a look.
"Sorry, I did get carving saws, but I thought those were for detail work."
The video played a bit more.
"Oh, don't go straight down. Add an angle or the lid will fall in."
How she could hear the video, he didn't know. She had the volume on 5, tops.
"Okay, and you're supposed to make a notch at the back so you know which way."
Glyn moved closer to show the video. Clay tapped the volume button a few times until he could just hear it. That's when he realized she was reading the closed captions. "Sorry, didn't see the captioning. Okay, and air hole. Got it." The sawing commenced, with Glyn looking quite pleased that she'd purchased the recommended carving set.
"Want a cookie? I have pumpkin butterscotch going in the oven now that you're here."
"Now that I'm here?"
"Well, I didn't want to put them in the oven and then get distracted. They could burn."
That was probably half his trouble with baking. You were supposed to put it in and ignore it for a while. During that "a while" business, he tended to forget about baking things. That and his propensity to fiddle with ingredients. His mother swore that baking was like chemistry with heat, and there were certain formulas that you had to have. What fun was that? The little 1920s craftsman bungalow didn't have much room in the kitchen, but once the cookies were in the oven, Glyn stayed out of the way. Right up to the moment he reached into the pumpkin to pull out the insides. A gagging sound reached him seconds before Glyn made a mad dash from the room. Is she seriously gagging? Not retching. Please, not that. A minute or so later, just as he'd begun scraping out the inside with a measuring cup, she called out, weak enough to ensure anyone with the slightest hearing problem wouldn't catch it.
Are you done disemboweling that bird?"
If you're going to think of it like that, of course you'll get sick. That's gross. He'd never admit it. "There's no bird here yet," Clay countered. "Just a pumpkin whose guts you obviously do not love."
"Yeah."
"Want to tell me about that?" As he waited, Clay started sawing into the next pumpkin. One more top coming up.
"No."
Was it right? Probably not. He did it anyway. "If you want me to scoop out these guts for you, the least you could do is explain why you can't." 3. October 28th, 5:47 p.m. The doorbell rang, and Clay sighed. So much for his peaceful evening recuperating from the fiasco that had been gutting 3 innocent pumpkins. Then again, he'd performed a cranial incision and removed excess internal, tissue. It was like liposuction for pumpkins. He'd done them a favor. But by the time he'd finished, he'd so offended his easily offended neighbor that she'd thrown him out. And not even because he asked about the reason for her squeamishness over squash strings and seeds. At the next zing of his doorbell, Clay pushed himself up off the couch. It was probably Glyn, apologizing for overreacting to his refusal to follow some unwritten rule that she'd probably made up anyway. But when he opened the door, she stood there, a small casserole dish in hand, and glared at him.
"Here."
"What?"
"I promised you a cottage pie. I keep my promises."
Saying, "bully for you," wouldn't make things better. So in a rare attack of wisdom, Clay kept his mouth shut. Metaphorically speaking, anyway. He actually said, "Thanks," and kicked the door shut in her face. Yes, it was rude. No, he didn't care. And fine. The casserole smelled even better than last time. Of course it did. Taped to the lid was what he assumed would be her apology note. The woman was obsessed with notes. After setting the dish on his stove to protect his chic but incongruous granite countertops, he pulled off the note, extracted it from its envelope, and read. "Clay, greetings from next door. Here is the promised cottage pie. I appreciate you helping me today. You are wrong, by the way. People do all kinds of things because society expects them to. Obey laws, follow customs. Do you tip at restaurants? Do you stand for the national anthem? Do you have insurance on that ridiculous hunk of metal you call a vehicle? Societal expectations. So, not buying a few bags of candy to hand out in a show of goodwill because society expects it isn't a good enough reason for you? A cop-out. A selfish, thoughtless cop-out. You should be ashamed of yourself. Glyn. P.S. I'm bringing bags of candy. They'll be on your doorstep tomorrow. Don't disappoint the kids just because you're stingy and self-righteous. Self-righteous? She had to be kidding. Who was preaching to the choir here? Clay wanted to TP her house and Rice Krispie the lawn. Fork it, too. He'd have to go to Brunswick to get the stuff, though. Anyone buying those 3 items would be targeted as the culprit in Fairbury. Glyn was obsessive enough to call the underworked Fairbury police to report him for vandalism. Still, might be worth it if they wouldn't make him clean it up. This was Fairbury. They totally would. Pumpkin guts, though. He could totally put some on her porch. She'd step out, see it, puke, and hey, that's her mess, right? But the quaver in her voice, and the very real shudder she'd given as she'd tried to tell him about the youth group pumpkin carving contest, and the kid who had created a pumpkin that actually did have a manual vomit scoop to push out the guts from the back of his creation, that had been real. I still have nightmares about that stuff landing on my shoe, my jumping, slipping in it, and then more falling on top of my head. I hurled all over it, all over me. He couldn't do it to her, but he'd give anything to have seen that. It was right out of one of those middle-grade summer movies where some kid barfs and starts a chain reaction. And that happening to someone so obviously obsessed with perfection and shoving that down helpful neighbors' throats. His sigh could probably be heard next door. I can't do it. Instead, he jerked open a few drawers before he found where he'd relocated his large serving spoons and grabbed one. The cottage pie looked, if anything, more bizarre than the last one. It had circles, squished and wobbly ones, of cheese in various sizes as if an attempt at polka dots. Why? The first tentative bite did 2 things. First, it reassured him that ugly food can be delicious. Seriously, the gal had some impressive cooking skills. Second, much to his irritation, it quelled his animosity. Yes, the woman was pushy, but he hadn't even asked why. He'd pushed back, gotten stubborn. And why? Because someone wanted kids to have a fun night? That was evil? She might be self-righteous, but if it takes one to know one, well, who was he to argue with her assessment? An apology was in order. Also $20 to cover the cost of candy. She shouldn't have to spend her money just because he hadn't. Ugh, I hate doing the right thing sometimes. 7:21 p.m. She expected her dish waiting for her on his porch when she took over the candy the next day. So, when the doorbell rang, Glyn blinked at it. No one knocked on her door except to bring packages or for holiday things like Halloween and Christmas caroling, and almost turned out the lights to pretend she wasn't home. Ridiculous, of course. Her drapes were open. Her battered sofa might not look like much, but it was insanely comfortable, as long as you kept the quilt tucked in over it. The weird, frieze nylon fabric would leave a debossed impression on your skin if you weren't careful. Still, with her favorite thrift store quilt tucked in, the thing was too comfortable to want to get up. Maybe if she just sat there. A knock interrupted that thought. Fine. She'd leave her comfy, cozy Gilmore Girls marathon and go find out who had decided to add a rotten cherry to her pathetic day. Clay stood there in the glow of her porch light, clean casserole dish in hand.
Thought I'd make my apology in person. I was wrong.
Glyn stood there, letting all the cold of the outside in and all her warm coziness out.
Can I come in?
That got her attention. She'd told a guy off, and he apologized and wanted to come in. What was this sorcery? Should she grab some rocks and go to town? A giggle welled up before she could stop herself. Clay's expression changed from, was it hopeful? Whatever it was, it ended up confused by the time she moved into laughter.
What?
I think I just ruined your reputation. This time, Clay stepped inside, pushed the door shut with his foot, and scooted around her.
I'll put this in the kitchen and maybe get you water. I think you need to hydrate or something.
That only made her laugh harder, and explain. Laughing while explaining didn't work well. It came out in gasps that sounded more like accusations than explanations. This, of course, produced even more laughter to the point where she couldn't make sound, couldn't breathe. Clay pounded her back. It startled her into sucking in air, but her exhale turned into snorty guffaws. Glyn Darrow had never guffawed in her life. This only meant she laughed more. And more. The guy nearly carried her to the couch and shoved her onto it. The glass of water he produced, she refused. She'd only spew it back onto him. The mental picture did her in. She flopped onto her side, grabbed her belly, and held fast as she shook. How would she ever manage to tell him why she'd gone hysterical without losing it all over again?
Should I call for help?
And there it went again. At this rate, she'd be sore and miserable in the morning, but she couldn't help it. She did, however, learn not to look at him. His confusion was almost as funny as the ridiculousness of her mirth. After all, this wasn't that funny.
You're hysterical. I hear slapping people knocks that out of them. Should I slap you?
Wheezing, she just shook her head, wiped her eyes, and went back to rolling on the couch, right up to the moment she rolled off the couch and smacked her head on her trunk-turned coffee table. Ow! And there he was, kneeling beside her, cradling her head in his hands as he searched for whatever he was searching for. Tears stung her eyes, the pain of it all, the mortification. But that crack on the noggin had worked. It stopped up the laughter faster than grease in a pipe, revolting though that thought was. I'm not bleeding, I don't think. His hands dropped from her head, and Glyn had the insane temptation to say, or is it? Instead, she held out her hand. Can you help me up? He set down the water and pulled both hands until she stood. That only made her woozier, but whether that was the standing so close, or the fact that he hadn't released her hands yet, Glyn didn't know. Or care. Nope, right now she didn't care. Because those eyes, they stared right into hers. She plopped back down on the couch faster than a door-to-door religion peddler with his wares. That's what her mom had called door-knockers. Door-to-door religion peddlers. Mom had gotten relentless about the moniker after one sweet couple welcomed them to the neighborhood with a plate of cookies, a casserole, and an invitation to church on Sunday. Glyn had gone the next day, and every Sunday afterward.
Can I look? You look weird.
Ever the flatterer. If an inward groan could be deafening, hers was. Ouch. Anyone would consider that outright flirtation. Who could blame them? Sure. While he examined her head, Clay asked,
So what about my reputation?
When a giggle escaped, she feared her laughing fit would start all over again. Alas, it did not. God was good. Trying to explain only proved that things were never as funny on repeat. Folks liked to say, "You had to be there," but really what they meant was, "It's only funny the first time." That's when he dropped a $20 bill on her coffee table and said,
"In addition to my apology for being rude, there's money for the candy. I'll hand it out."
Then he grabbed her remote and clicked it on.
"Thanks again for supper. I'll see myself out."
Glyn hit pause on the remote. No time like the present. "Do you want to go to church with me tomorrow? We have decent music, nice people, and Tom's sermons are always in line with scripture and instructive." He gave her a weak smile and shook his head.
"No, but thank you for asking, and for not pushing."
And with that, he walked out. Glyn watched him through the window, wondering how something so quiet and simple had sounded so defensive. Had he never been part of a church family? Had something happened? She'd have to pray for guidance on that one. "Okay, Lord, but you know I hate these kinds of prayers. I can never tell if you're telling me yes or no, do or don't. Can you please make my next prayer project more black and white?" With those words swirling in her heart for much longer than she cared to admit, Glyn ignored her TV show and stared out her window until she awoke, crook-necked and stiff, and took herself off to bed. 4. November 3rd, 9:42 a.m. After their odd October snowfall, November ushered in a lovely Indian summer. Mild temperatures during the day, with crisp evenings and only gentle breezes with just enough force to tease the leaves from the trees. Fairbury's lawns embraced the latest trend of purple, gold, rust, and brown carpeting and a much more minimalist tree aesthetic. Stubborn trees clung to their leaves, and even more stubborn lawn designers worked hard to remove the carpeting in favor of a greenish-brown mat. And on her morning walk, Glyn ignored the mocking of her other self and embraced her literary autumnal mentor. If Anne Shirley loved that she lived in a world with Octobers, well, she, Glyn Darrow, thanked the Lord, appropriately so too, that she lived in a world where there are Novembers. The Halloween nonsense was out of her hair, and, despite her obnoxious neighbors' obvious disapproval, the older kid-treaters had loved her coupons for the corn maze in Brant's Corners. Take that, Mr. Gutsy Groucho and his monster truck. In fact, aside from that argument, she hadn't had to interact with her unfortunate neighbor since Halloween afternoon. So, with her pumpkins now under dirt in her backyard and her tote of Christmas lights taking up much of her living room, she could move on to the seasonal stuff that actually meant something. Thanksgiving and Christmas. Christ as the focus instead of all that ghastly gore. She grinned at that as she turned onto Elderberry Close. Ghastly gore. Good one. Her ghastly neighbor bolted out of his house, dashed across their lawns to her front door, and ran back to his truck. Clay had just passed her when he slammed on his brakes and reversed. The window slid down as she gaped at him.
"Just left a note. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Can you do it?"
"How should I know? I haven't read the note." But those eyes, they'd be the death of her, or at least of her senses, mesmerized her into saying, "Sure." Glyn followed that with, But the guy was gone. "Slow down!" she screamed after him. As usual, he didn't listen to her. Shocker. Fueled by fury, Glyn blazed a trail down the sidewalk, and she just knew that if she looked behind her, there would be a smoldering path of destruction in her wake. So as not to disillusion herself, Glyn did not look back. This time, her note was in an envelope and kind of heavy. As she flipped the flap, she realized the weight was localized to one corner, not paper. Interesting. As she pulled out the folded page, a key fell out and onto the porch. Oh no. No.
"Glyn of Elderberry Close." Her heart sang a little at that. Please forgive the presumption, but I have an emergency. Abby's stranded in Rockland with her jerk of a boyfriend locking her out. No keys, no purse, just stranded. At least she had her phone. But my washer's on the fritz. Has been since I got here. And the guy is coming at 10, and I can't get hold of him. If you're willing to let him in to fix it, I'd appreciate it. If not, can you please explain why I'm not there and ask him to give me his next earliest date? Thank you. And if necessary, please remember that you don't hate my guts, just pumpkin guts. And we both know that you'd never call me your pumpkin. The monster next door, Clay.
After rereading the note, Glyn went inside, made a large coffee, and took it and her laptop next door. What was the difference between working at her desk or his dining table? Not much. But helping your neighbor was the right thing to do, even if he did irritate her. Then again, she couldn't help but smile at his teasing. The guy had a sense of humor. And killer eyes. It wasn't fair. Not only that, but he seemed like the kind of guy who might not notice a few, or a dozen or two, extra pounds. Okay, 50, but who was counting? But jerkish behavior didn't outdo either of those, and the guy was definitely a jerk. Except when he wasn't. So not fair. A glance in his laundry room showed a mountain of towels, sheets, jeans, and everything that goes over and under them. No way could the appliance guy get to the washer with that mess. Clay only had one laundry basket. Great. 3 overfilled trips later, his sheets and hand towels were in her washer chugging away, and the doorbell rang to admit the appliance guy. This way.
I thought I was meeting...
The guy whose shirt said Joe stared at his phone.
Clay Ruskin?
Glyn nodded and continued leading him back to the laundry room. Clay had a family emergency, but if you'd seen the state of this laundry room, you'd see why this washer is also one. So I've got conscripted into the laundry army until he gets back.
I don't know if I can service a machine without authorization. Maybe I should call...
Go ahead. He tried to get a hold of you and couldn't. After a bit of investigation, the man determined his toddler had put his phone on Do Not Disturb. A huff followed that.
Explains why no calls, and now I have 50 messages. Great.
Joe worked out things with Clay while Glyn pulled up her Asana lists. As a junior financial manager for an information technology company in Rockland, she worked remotely 4 days a week and wanted to keep it that way. The only way she could afford her house in Fairbury was if her time and money weren't eaten up by travel costs to and from the city. Her phone rang the moment she'd completed her first task. Daisy. Hey, how's life with a working phone? Ugh, if this phone dares to die when I'm within 100 miles of my father, I'll smash it to smithereens myself. Bet you got a good deal, though. Her exasperated sigh was her only answer. As if that topic had been closed and locked with chains and cement blocks and thrown into Lake Danube, Daisy asked about her neighbor. Things better there? I'm coming over tonight. I need to know if I bring enough food for 2 or for 3. Definitely 2. I'm at his house right now, babysitting the washing machine while it has a checkup with the doctor. It isn't feeling so well. Oh, and I wonder if the first load is done. A glance at the computer clock said she still had 10 minutes. Guess not. That was the moment she realized that she hadn't needed to take all the clothes to her house. Clay could use his own washing machine as soon as Joe got it up and running again. Before she could say as much, Joe appeared.
Needs a new drain pump. I put stuff into the drum in a Ziploc bag and put the casing back on so it's not in the way. Doubt I can get the pump before Tuesday. This one's been hard to get for months, but I know a guy.
Say it in a Chicago accent and I'll think we're dealing with black market stuff. That made her think twice. Is there a black market anymore? For stuff other than drugs? Thank you. I'll let Clay know. Did he take care of your bill, or do I need...
He'll Venmo me when I send it. All clear. Thanks for being here. You saved him a cancellation fee and having to wait 3 weeks. I'm swamped.
But you'll be able to replace the pump before then? Glyn prayed he couldn't see her heart singing, "Please say yes. Please say yes." All she got was a shrug. Right about then is when she realized Daisy was still on the phone. "Thanks. Have a great day." The guy gave her a look that proved he thought she'd lost her marbles. She had. Definitely had. And took off. Daisy's laughter came through. "I could hear your thoughts. Tell me this guy was short, fat, and balding." Glyn would have liked to oblige, but she realized she couldn't describe him at all. Maybe taller than me? I don't think I looked down on him. He fit in the laundry room, and it isn't huge, so he can't be too big. I think he had hair. Maybe glasses." As she talked, Glyn packed up her stuff and took off for home. There she could listen for the washer chime, start a new load, and have everything ready for Clay to take away when he got back from rescuing his sister. "I think he's a nice guy sometimes. He's off to save his sister from a jerk-faced boyfriend." "The washer guy?" "No, Clay. I don't know what's up with Washer Dude. He was pretty much invisible." Daisy's musical laughter, why didn't she sound like a baying hyena like Glyn did, fluted its way through the airwaves. "How very British aristocracy of you. Taking your Scottish ancestors' example today?" "Ha!" It would be a sacrifice, but Glyn decided it was worth it to change the subject off the non-existent men in her life and on to something safer. "I had a revelation while frolicking in the leaves today." "You did not frolic. Glyn Darrow does not frolic." She sighed. "Fine. While imagining my morning walk as a frolic, get this. I live on Elderberry Close. I'm Glyn of Elderberry Close. How literary does that sound?" At least, Daisy agreed that it did sound nice. "Sofa for 2 or 3? 3, but only because I want leftovers. I'll make egg rolls." With a promise to arrive as close to 6:30 as humanly possible, Daisy disconnected, and Glyn raced to answer the washer call. 6:33 p.m. A Prius crawled down the street and pulled into Glyn's driveway. Impatient to get home himself, Clay shot forward and into his own drive. The woman who stepped out of the Prius waved at him. "Clay?" He nodded.
"Can I help you?"
The woman hurried over, an enigmatic smile on her face. "I'm Daisy, Glyn's friend. She told me about your washer. Sorry about that." Though the introduction felt weird, he shouldn't be surprised at the small-town gossip mill. They probably knew he hated okra and beets, too.
"Happens, but thanks."
She held up a bag. "I've got pho here, enough for all of us. Come over and eat with us?" It had been a long day. Long, emotional, draining. The idea of making dinner or going somewhere to get it felt unbearable.
Sure. Can I bring something?"
"Just your eyes." He blinked.
"My what?"
"You know, your eyes are bigger than your stomach." It didn't make sense at all.
"So, take more than I can eat? Is that what you're telling me?"
Intuition hinted that he'd missed something, and something flattering. When he wasn't so drained, he'd have to puzzle it out.
"And probably figure out that you were an even bigger idiot than you think."
The gal moved off toward the house and urged him to hurry. By the time he pulled his truck into the detached garage and crossed the lawn to Glyn's door, Clay's stomach had gone from, "Hey, gonna feed me?" to, "Gimme food right now." And if any doubt left as to what it wanted, it growled and rumbled as Glyn opened the door. She looked pinched. Was that even a thing? How else would you put it? Hey, Clay. She winced. That doesn't work.
Maybe greetings, Mr. Next-Door Monster Man? When her lips turned up a little, he couldn't resist a bit more teasing. Or GM and DMM, for short?
How about we settle for Monster?
If you call me Monster, I'll answer. That earned him a full grin.
Then come on in, Monster.
An indignant huff reached him as he stepped into the entry. The friend. Lacey? He couldn't be sure. She hissed a reproof at Glyn for being mean. Though he had to strain to hear it, her "Be nice, he's cute," was nice. That's what she meant about the eyes. Glyn must have mentioned my eyes. So that must mean they're good eyes. So does she notice every guy's eyes, or only the ones she hates?
Is your sister okay?
No. He didn't want to talk about it, but after seeing Glyn jerk back as if slapped, he realized he must have snapped more than he meant to. She went back to the animal. She's known him for what, 3 weeks? He throws her out without anything but her phone, and what does she do? Goes back when he says he's sorry and that she shouldn't take him back. Of course, she proves him right by taking him back. I hate this stuff. If he'd known it would set off an argument that would ensure he never understood the female psyche, Clay would have tossed hospitality to the curb and bolted. In fact, he almost did anyway when his gaze landed on his laundry basket piled high with his clothes. That was his flannel shirt, wasn't it? By the couch, almost out of sight. Is that my laundry?
Yep, I thought you might not want to go down to the laundromat.
Clay didn't know how to respond to that. You didn't have to do that.
No, but I did too.
Again with the not making sense thing. Whatever. He couldn't hope to make her understand how grateful he was. You could start with thank you, maybe. Then he saw them. The boxers his sister had gotten him for his birthday. The ones that read, "Bummer, dude." Mortification had never been so swift or so thorough. Bet you didn't expect to take up boxing today. With a forkful of noodles halfway to her mouth, Daisy turned her head to stare at him and stabbed herself in the cheek. Ow, what about boxing? Even as she asked, her noodles spiraled off the fork, onto her lap, and distracted her enough to give him a chance to catch Glyn's reaction. Or the tail end of it. Tears poured from her eyes as shoulders shook. Boxing? Good one. I'd say that whole sport is a bummer. There was only one thing Clay could add to that. Dude. Daisy shook her head and sighed. I feel like I missed something. 5. November 5th, 7:17 p.m. Valet parking in New Cheltenham. What would the crazy town think up next? No one expected to see a little touristy village ripped out of England and plopped in the heart of America. But the success of the place, despite its no cars on the cobblestone streets rules, could not be overstated. Tonight, valet attendants dressed in black and white striped shirts and parked cars in a dirt lot usually reserved for service vehicles. A bit disconcerting since the stripes made them look like prisoners rather than referees. The guy who took Glyn's place behind the wheel urged her to hurry for a good spot by the Guy Fawkes bonfire on the edge of the village. Then he tried to climb into her tiny car. To say he looked like a grown man in kitty bumper cars would be an understatement. Daisy had promised to meet her outside the Boar and Hops with bonfire bangers. With the throng headed that way, Glyn decided she'd make it in time for a crumb or two. A group went left at the corner, and hopes for a full bite began to well up in her half-starved soul.
She'd just nibbled on a small salad at lunch in anticipation of all the calorie decadence she fully intended to embrace. Bonfire bangers, loaded jacket potatoes, parkin, a toffee apple. She could taste it all now. If she could only. And there it was. The giant, wooden, swinging tavern sign with a boar's head nestled in a wreath of hops. A man bumped into her with a chunk of parkin cake that made her want to snatch and run. "Where'd you get that parkin? That smells amazing."
"The jumping pig."
"Where's that?" The man grinned and jerked his thumb at the swinging sign.
"Just the local nickname, the boar and hops."
"But hops are a plant, not an action. In this case, anyway. How—" But the guy was gone after a half-second of glazed eyes. A bonfire banger appeared in her line of vision. "Here, eat this. I keep getting paranoid that cutie Clay will see me with both and think I'm a pig." The mention of a pig derailed the question of what Daisy meant by cutie Clay. She pointed to the sign. "Did you know they call that the jumping pig?" "Yeah, so? I bet they spent hours trying to find a name for the place that they could turn into something colloquial for the locals. So British." "But—" Daisy shook her head. "You will not say—" "It's the wrong declination of the noun hops. Declension. Defamation," Daisy protested. "Of my linguistic prowess. You got my point. Who cares? That's the point of play on words. Glyn couldn't help herself. Plays on words. Beans on toast. Now she grinned. What does that have to do with the price of eggs? And then she took a bite of her bonfire banger. The thing was amazing. British breakfast food to the rescue. Daisy grinned back. "Let's go find a spot." But before Glyn would go, she had to ensure there were potatoes and parkin. "What's in the bag?" "Everything but the toffee apple. I heard there's a vendor with a pushcart down by the effigy." "Drinks?" "Vendor down," Glyn broke in. "Let's go." Okay, so she was desperate to get a spot before they were relegated to the back of the crowd and before the best stuff was gone. Experience taught that the big bonfire would begin at 8, despite the claim of a 7:30 ignition. At 10 till, the year's reciter of the 5th of November came forward. A girl, probably in high school or a freshman in college, and stood before the enormous sandpit that was the annual Guy Fawkes bonfire. A man announced her as "Our own Lauren Kinsey." Standing tall, her shoulders back and her hair swinging about her shoulders with every move, she gazed around her, seemed to steady herself, and began reciting. "Remember, remember the 5th of November. The gunpowder treason and plot. I know of no reason why the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. Guy Fawkes, 'twas his intent to blow up the king and Parliament." With voice ringing and eyes shining, she went through the whole thing and ended with a flourish. Holloa, boys, God save the king, and what should we do with him? Burn him!" 2 boys dashed forward carrying a straw man on a stick, and another man lit the base of the bonfire. It didn't take long for flames to begin licking at the woodpile. When it began putting off some heat, the boys began rocking back and forth until they let loose and the Guy Fawkes effigy sailed into the pile. The crowd waited in breathless expectation until the first flame crawled up enough to lick at the straw head, now dangling upside down. Glyn held her breath, waiting for it. The poem reciter moved near one of the boys and said something. The guy laughed, draped an arm around her shoulder, and that cozy, comfortable moment touched something deep within her. "I want that for me. Okay, Lord?" God's answer appeared to come in the form of her obnoxious neighbor bumping into her and making her drop the toffee apple she'd finally scored just before the blaze began.
Sorry about that. I'll get... Oh, Glyn, didn't expect to see you here.
Before she could come up with a non-confrontational response, Daisy moved closer. Oh, you came! I was hoping you would. Don't you love the food and the heat and stuff? Glyn gaped at her. Heat and stuff? And realization dawned in the glow of the flames. Daisy is interested. A hint of a pang tried to twing her heartstrings, but Glyn shoved it aside. If the redness of Clay's face wasn't a reflection of the fire, Daisy had embarrassed him. Let's go with that. Tormenting him would be fun, and she's great. He'd be lucky to have her. Before she could dream up the first of many torments, another man appeared with the poem's reciter in tow.
Hey, Clay, I wanted you to meet Lauren.
The guy grinned at Glyn and Daisy.
Excuse us for a moment, please.
Glyn began composing a compliment that included, I'll remember this 5th of November. And her joy at coming up with something as clever as that fizzled as Clay said,
No worries, I just bumped into my neighbor. I'm sure she'll be glad to see the back of me. See you around, Glyn.
As an afterthought, he added,
And, Daisy.
Something deep inside Glyn whispered that she should be neither thrilled that Daisy had been an afterthought, nor disappointed that she was just a neighbor. And after ruining my toffee apple. New Cheltenham, November 5th, 8:22 p.m. He wasn't being antisocial, not at all. But every time Clay turned around, Glyn's friend was within sight and half the time gazing his way. Glyn, on the other hand, caught his eye only once. She gave a small smile and turned back to devouring the toffee apple he'd almost forgotten to replace. The woman loved her food. Not once had he ever heard her make some inane comment about how she couldn't afford the calories, or that it had too many carbs, too much fat, or she needed to avoid more something. Glyn Darrow lived. When it looked like Daisy would head his way, Clay decided he'd had enough of failed treason plots and took off for home. He probably still had a dozen applications to go through before bed anyway. If he could score an interview with one or two, HR would be thrilled. Never had they had so much trouble finding the right employees for a new contract. Clay didn't quite miss the flood out, but it wasn't too bad. The line of cars behind him, however, made him glad he'd left when he did. Besides, half the remaining applications were from Europe, so he'd catch folks as they were waking up. Not for the first time, Clay took a moment to appreciate the fact that he did not work for a defense contractor. His best friend from college had to deal with trying to find American citizens who could get a high security clearance. It wasn't easy. Most of the cars turned right at the highway. Clay followed a small number heading east toward Brunswick. By the time they reached that city, he'd be one of the few, if not the only one, making a break for Fairbury. His conscience suggested that if he'd been a decent enough person to invite Glyn, they'd have saved gas. That thought he smacked down with the force of a kid playing whack-a-mole. She'd have insisted on driving. The drive in her Spam can car? No, thank you. When he turned onto Center Street in Fairbury, the contrast between his town and New Cheltenham stood out in neon lights. Okay, they were actually wrought iron street lights that gave the town its nighttime charm, but the effect was as dramatic. 2 cars rolled past, both locals from what he could tell. Other cars were parked in front of the Fox, the town's theater. The lights flicked off in the grind as he neared, So Clay turned toward home and his own espresso machine.
I make better coffee at home anyway.
If only he believed it. Elderberry Close sat near the edge of the tree neighborhood, a couple of streets down from Holly Circle. Lights glowed in most windows, and leaves scattered across the road as he rolled down to his driveway. A perfect, crisp autumn evening.
Gah, it's like I'm some idiotic influencer girl rhapsodizing about my autumnal aesthetic. It's an affront to my masculinity. I need a palate cleanser. Diesel exhaust should work.
At 2 a.m, once the last interview had ended and he'd sent a recommendation for an official interview to the head of HR, Clay wandered into the kitchen to rinse out his coffee cup before heading off to bed. A light shone in Glyn's kitchen window. What was that about? Did she need help? Maybe he should get her number so he could text at a time like this. After a debate with himself over whether he needed to go next door and ask if everything was all right, his selfish side won that debate by a landslide, or by whatever measure debates were won. Clay decided on bed. He'd been up since 8, and his eyeballs demanded relief. If only Glyn had gotten the message. Sometime around 8:30, out on the next-door lawn, there rose such a clatter. Clay sprang from his bed to investigate the matter. Out on the leaf-strewn lawn lay a collapsed ladder, with Glyn beside it.
You've got to be kidding me.
In his sleep pants and t-shirt, not to mention bare feet, Clay took off to discover why she'd decided to kill his chances of sleep. Glyn still stared at the ladder stretched out on the ground and didn't hear his approach until he spoke.
Got something against a guy sleeping?
The way she jumped could have given NASA ideas for a new moon landing attempt. Hi! The word ended in eep, despite an obvious effort to swallow it. Sorry, I set it up against the house and it fell over. It's never done that before.
What's wrong with your house?
Nothing. She pointed at a stack of small coils. A good rub at his eyes cleared his vision enough to identify what they were.
Christmas lights?
Yes.
It's not even Thanksgiving yet.
That seemed to stop her, hopefully long enough for him to get some sleep. It didn't. Glyn shrugged. I need to get these up. A glance at her phone shocked her into motion. Time's a-wasting. But as much as Clay ached to go inside, turn on a white noise app, and pretend this wasn't happening, he found himself asking,
But why now? As I said, it isn't even Thanksgiving yet.
Without looking his way, she hauled the ladder off the ground and muttered, Putting up decor takes time.
And yet, it isn't even close to Thanksgiving.
You said that. She settled the ladder against the house before turning back to him. A light seemed to go on somewhere in her head. Oh, you're one of those. Okay, I get it. You have a valid point. I won't turn on the lights until Thanksgiving night. Will that work? Before Clay could toss out a whatever and return to the sanity, serenity, and sanctity of his own home, she added, Oh, and speaking of Thanksgiving, do you have somewhere to go that day? You're welcome to come home with me. We're a weird family. My mom's mashed potatoes are disgusting, and my dad will probably get drunk, but everything else will be nice enough.
And there it was.
That side of her he suspected existed, and he also suspected he'd like. Here he'd been a bear, and she'd offered to hold back on using her decor and invited him to a family gathering so he wouldn't be alone. She probably didn't even want to invite him, but she did. For that matter, it didn't sound like she wanted to go herself. The invitation flew from his lips before he had time to think about it.
I'll be heading to Peoria the day before, and you're welcome to come with me. My sister might be in the car, but we only get interesting while the game's on. Otherwise, it's a pretty mellow day."
As if he weren't annoyed already by the fact he'd invited her in the first place, he reinforced the invitation with,
"We'd love to have you."
did that count as a lie if most of the family would be thrilled? All stiffness melted from her, and Glyn grinned until he felt sure she'd accept. Great. Just what he needed.
"That's so sweet of you, but I can't. Thanksgiving is a big deal in my family, and I need to be there."
She offered him a warm smile and added,
"You know what I'm thankful for this year?"
"Nope, not a clue."
Feeling quite fuzzy and content, he added,
"But I'd love to know."
Her eyes seemed to sparkle in the morning sunlight, and when she brushed her hair away from her face, it showed a tiny mole near her ear. Now why had he noticed that? It humanized her. He preferred to keep her in a clearly defined negative category. Ogress. That worked. She'd woken him up after all. But that warm, fuzzy contentedness told grumpy Clay to stuff it.
"I'm thankful that you really aren't as inconsiderate as I first thought. I value good neighbors."
And the chill of the November morning blew through him and settled deep into his heart. With a forced smile, and without bothering to infuse any warmth into his voice, he nodded an agreement and added,
"I hope you have a nice time with your family. I'm thankful for neighbors this year, too. After all, I scored a one-woman neighborhood watchdog. Happy lighting."
3 hours later, when he went to get his mail, Clay found a note affixed to his front door with painter's tape.
"Clay, greetings from next door. Your siding needs a power wash. It should have been done in September, but before the next storm hits would probably be okay. Glyn."
6. November 11th, 3:24 p.m. Clay flexed his fingers as he reread the Internet Security Specialist listing on Dice.com. The last listing hadn't brought in anyone with actual experience. Apparently, entry level meant untrained and computer illiterate in some circles. Some experience required now replaced entry level.
"Told them it was bad copy. They should listen to me,"
he muttered to the monitor. The monitor sighed, or at least that's how Clay chose to take the whine that came from a fan behind it. The doorbell stopped his shift to rewrite the job opening for a computer analyst. Clay dragged himself down the hall and to the front door. The expected package turned out to be a kid of 10 or so. Big grin, a couple of freckles.
"Mr. Clay?"
Clay decided not to correct him.
"Yeah?"
He reached into his back pocket, assuming something in the kid's bag would cost him $20. It'd be worth it to avoid Glyn's ire at his not supporting the local extortionists from Fairbury Elementary. The kid thrust an envelope at him.
"I was dropping off Miss Glyn's order, and she asked me to bring you this."
He couldn't help but ask, despite the blast of cold air that came with a gust of wind.
"When did you start selling?"
After blinking twice, the kid seemed to figure out that he was expected to finish the question.
"Frozen pretzels. You just pop them in the oven and bake them. If you want some, Mr. Dennison died, so we have his and don't know what to do with them. We could sell them at half price."
Even as he opened his wallet, Clay knew he'd been had. Poor Mr. Dennison had probably paid for them upon ordering. The kid would likely pocket the money. Oh well. At least if Glyn said anything, he'd be able to... No, better yet, he'd bring her a hot one someday to prove it. That'd be worth the expense alone.
"It's $12.50, I guess. $25 a box divided by 2. $12.50?
"Yep."
He handed over a 20 and prayed he wasn't being too trusting.
"Donate the rest to the school, okay?"
The kid blinked again. Probably had dry eyes from the cold.
"Sure, thanks."
He pulled a box from the bag he'd set on the ground. The bag Clay hadn't even noticed.
I'll go home and get Mr. Dennison's in case everyone else is home. Thanks. If you see Miss Glyn, would you tell her I gave you the note? She gets hyper about stuff like that.
Will do. What's your name?
Willis Fremont. My mom owns the mailbox.
As if that explained everything, Willis disappeared down the path to the sidewalk. Clay brought the box into the kitchen, read the instructions, and plopped 2 of the pretzels onto a baking sheet. While the oven preheated, he focused his attention on the note. Seriously, the woman wrote more notes than President Wilson. This time, 3 sheets written in small script on both sides had been neatly folded into the envelope.
Not so good morning, monster. Greetings from pain-filled next door. As I can't tell my parents, my church, or Daisy about this without them descending on me like vultures to overwhelm me with help, you get the story. It's too good not to share. Last night, I was on my way home from a meeting when I remembered that the Fox is playing Sergeant York for Veterans Day. I love the old movies they bring in, so I decided to treat myself. That was my first mistake. My second came when I stepped out of the car and almost slipped. Note to the wise: if you start ice skating before you are standing upright, get back into the car. I was not wise. The light is out in the parking lot behind the Fox. Mistake number 3 came in not seeing the stupidity of walking across an icy parking lot in the dark. Can you guess what happened next? Yep. I walked a good 6 to 10 feet on solid asphalt. Forgot about the ice. One moment I walked with confidence, and the next I slid into second space, so to speak. If I hadn't been wearing boots, my ankle would have swollen to the size of a squash ball. Blessings to the Lord for boots. Anyway, there I sat on the cold, not to mention icy parking lot. Yep, parking lot. In November. Ice. I swear I have frostbite on my backside.
Clay had managed to hold in his mirth up to that point, but her calling her butt a backside like his Aunt Gracie did him in. Well, it might also have been the suspicion that the next bit would be even funnier.
It took 10 minutes at least for me to manage to crawl. Yes, I seriously crawled back to my car. I don't know how. If you care, doubt you do, my favorite leggings are ruined. Maybe my favorite sweater dress. I hope it's just dirt. I mean, surely the ice froze over the oil on the asphalt, right? Driving home? Nearly impossible. If you ever wondered why we gave up the fuel efficiency of a standard vehicle for automatic, I now know. It's so that when you have to straddle your right leg over the console and into the passenger seat, you can still drive with your left foot. Note, you will hit the brake every few seconds. If falling didn't give me whiplash, never fear, my driving did. Oh, and I concede advantages to your monster truck. It would have been easier to do the bizarre contortions I achieved on a bench seat with lots of room than it was in my adorable and efficient, but not designed for temporary ambulances, car. You'd think that would be enough excitement for one day. It was not. Upon arriving in my driveway, thank you for not blocking it, I might have lost it, I discovered that getting back out of the car was impossible. Pain had set in, like, ouch. When I jostled it, well, think pumpkin guts. Finally, I scooted around enough that I could fall out of the car onto my back. Yes, I did that. Yes, it hurt. No, I don't recommend it. Yes, it worked. Barely. At this point, Clay could hardly read the cramped writing squeezed onto the paper. The words jogged up and down as if writing on Santa's bowl of jelly belly. Following it, nearly impossible. He wiped tears from his eyes at the mental picture of Glyn falling out of her car, on purpose.
As he flipped over the letter, a small sticky note had been affixed to the back side of that sheet. It showed a stick figure with feet up in the air, X eyes, and one boot significantly larger than the other. Terrible drawing or poetic license. He didn't know. Maybe both. He continued reading.
As if that weren't obnoxious enough, then came, you guessed it. You did, didn't you? Crawling into the house. At this point, I really regretted not having your cell number. That is the 213th reason for writing this note. Can I have it for emergencies? Please say yes. Anyway, I crawled back to the front door. I absolutely could not put weight on it. This is where things got even more interesting. Have you ever tried to unlock your door while sitting on the ground? Oh, and remember, I have the original door to my house. The handle isn't as high as one in England. The Lord is good. But it's higher than the average American home these days. I think I did further damage when I instinctively braced myself with my good foot and came down hard on my bad one. I know you are laughing at me.
Clay tried to feel guilty.
Don't feel bad. I'm laughing at me. Why do you think I'm writing all this out while hopped up on ibuprofen? Random aside, how much food does one need to keep from developing medication-induced ulcers from that stuff? I only had half a bagel still sitting on my coffee table. Was that enough? Anyway, I have to write this out so someone will appreciate how ridiculous the whole thing is. Here's where things get, sensitive. Skip to the next page or so if you don't want to know. Skip. Okay, if you've ever sprained your ankle, you might have a tiny clue how hard it might be for someone wearing pants to crawl to the bathroom and then hoist herself up onto the toilet. I really don't want to give you that picture, so please think of yourself. Remember that you must sit and imagine the worst. Multiply it by 10 and again by 100. Then try to figure out how to get yourself into the bathtub to fix the problem. Hint, it's easier to get in, just roll over the side sort of, but not quite, than it is to get out. I think I only tore another ligament or tendon or whatever damage I did getting out. I did the rest of the damage crawling across the house and back to the couch. Because the ibuprofen was there. This is where I confess that I also mortified myself by telling this story to beg for your help. You won't fuss. You'll be practical. Can you get me an ace bandage? Or 5? Maybe something from the deli? Oh, and some crutches. I need crutches for sure. Your pesky neighbor, Glyn, the desperate.
Before Clay could mobilize, his oven beeped to inform him that his pretzels were done. Had he really taken 4 minutes to read the mammoth note? No, he'd read it twice. That was the problem. At least he had something to take her to eat, and she'd know he bought pretzels. A win all around. From his linen closet, he pulled out his basket of bandages, ointments, and other things, and found 2 sports wraps and a tube of arnica cream. In the kitchen, he also found his extra-large thermos and grabbed it as well as a box of club crackers and a block of cheese. Hopefully she'd trust him when he insisted it didn't have to be refrigerated. That would keep her in food for medication. Now, where had he stored his crutches? November 11th, 6:17 p.m.
Clay went to get me dinner from the deli. I'm fine, Daisy.
Her friend squealed as if Clay had asked her to go to the prom or something.
Invite him to stay. And don't forget to flirt. You're a cute woman. You could Nope, not flirting with my neighbor. I finally got him in a tolerable state of existence. Let's keep it that way.
Then he's mine, because if you're going to waste a fine specimen of male existence, then I'm calling dibs.
I think you already did. And if I read him right, he's running.
Then again, watching could be fun, and it wasn't like she could convince Daisy not to make a fool of herself. Daisy lived by the "who cares if I'm annoying, I had fun" principle. Fun, perhaps, but mortifying to someone like Glyn. The doorbell pealed, and the sounds of someone opening and entering followed.
"Glyn, back with food."
Translation: if you are in the bathroom, don't come out without clothes.
She wouldn't, but she would send him in to find her robe so she could strip down to just that for easier bathrooming once he was gone.
Thanks.
To Daisy she added,
I'm going to go. Food is here and I'm starving.
"Find out his favorite music."
It won't be big band, so give it up, Dace.
"It could be." And with that, her friend disconnected. A cold front moved into the living room when Clay appeared. Glyn shivered and pulled the blanket up closer to her chin.
"Sorry,"
he said as he dropped the bag from the deli on the coffee table.
"There's a line out the door at the deli. They're doing the Chick-fil-A thing and have people taking orders as you get in line so it can be done when you get in to pay. It's insane."
She'd forgotten the day.
Veterans Day. I hope you're a vet.
"Yep, got us a discount."
What branch?
Why, she asked. Only that part of her she wasn't speaking to would know.
"Start with the jokes now. Air Force. Wanted to fly. When my eyes wouldn't get me into pilot school, I decided to stick with it for my master's degree. Did most of the work my last 3 years in."
He grinned as he pulled her Thanksgiving teaser sub from the bag.
"In case you were wondering."
I was.
Her cheeks had probably gone redder than the cranberries on her sandwich.
Sorry. I'm bored and nosy and totally making a fool out of myself.
She groaned.
Ignore me and go away before I mortify myself more.
His response was to sit down and pull a Reuben from its wrappings. Drat. She should have gotten that. An idea struck her. What was the point of being injured if you couldn't use it to your advantage?
So, wanna go halvesies?
Clay smiled at her.
"Regretting your decision?"
His smile did wonderfully crinkly things to his eyes.
You must practice not looking at his eyes.
Meanwhile, she nodded.
Actually, yeah. Don't usually get Reubens this late in the day, so I didn't even ask. If I had any idea it could be a thing, I would have gotten one.
Clay hesitated for a good decade or so before passing her half of his sandwich. Glyn, in turn, passed him half of hers. Then something shifted in the room. With her legs stretched out on the couch and her back propped up with the throw pillows her father had complained about. See, they were a good idea. Glyn almost felt comfortable. Seated in a chair she'd saved for months to get, and then spent enough time vacillating over that it had gone on a half-price sale, Clay looked like he belonged there.
Maybe we can be friends. Real friends. At least until Daisy ruins it.
That prompted a groan. Clay wiped his lips with a napkin and eyed her.
"Need more ibuprofen?"
Too early, and no.
"What's wrong?"
That part of her that Glyn wasn't speaking to spilled her guts.
I was just thinking that we could be friends. Until Daisy flirts enough to convince you never to speak to me again. I think we shouldn't bother.
Glyn pointed at her entry table and froze.
Where's my purse?
Craning his neck, Clay eyed the table.
"Is that where you saw it last?"
Mentally retracing her steps wasn't easy, but she finally recalled pulling a 20 out of her wallet and shoving her purse under the passenger seat of her car. No way had she remembered to grab it before her back dive out of her car.
It's in my car. You can grab it and pay yourself back for dinner and stuff.
But the guy didn't move. He'd polished off the Reuben half of the sandwich and now took a big bite of the Thanksgiving teaser. How did guys eat so fast? He said nothing else until he'd devoured the turkey stuffing cranberry gravy concoction, and he'd gotten extra fried onions like she'd asked, too.
Gotta get home and do a few things, but you have my number now. Call me if you need anything.
I need my robe. It's on the back of my bedroom door.
Only once he'd made it to the entryway did Glyn remember to call back to him. Please? In less than a minute, he'd returned with the pink fuzzy nightmare that couldn't be more comfortable if you had it special ordered, and had even closed the drapes. He'd been gone an hour, and Glyn had spent the whole time stripping out of her clothes and wrapping herself in that robe before why he'd closed the drapes occurred to her.
Lord, thank you that at least one of us was thinking. I'd rather it had been me, but at least one of us kept me from flashing the whole block.
7. November 20th, 11:02 a.m. The autumn morning clung desperately to the brisk temperatures of the earlier hours as noon marched on Fairbury. Clay shivered at a blast of wind and growled, to himself anyway, about the overcast sky keeping things nippy. The mournful barking of the neighbor's German shepherd, really, the dog thought he was a bloodhound or something, had alerted him to the mail carrier, but when he saw a printed online ad for a power washer taped to the mailbox, Clay decided the dog should be fired. He'd clearly ignored Glyn's invasion of his property. A red circle, was that colored pencil, around the price made him shake his head. Seriously? $200 for a machine to wash his siding? What about the electricity and water waste? Surely she cared about those. As much as he wanted to take her advertisement and burn it on her porch, Clay opted for something a little less reactive. He'd ignore it. November 21st, 7:18 p.m. Over 30 hours. That's how long it took for Glyn to cave. He'd just finished eating his tortellini and pesto. That packaged tortellini from the deli section wasn't bad. And had started on dishes when the doorbell rang. It had to be her. It just had to be. Clay dried his hands on a kitchen towel as he sauntered to the door. As he pulled it open, he slung the towel over one shoulder. Yep, there she was, the mangledest, was that a word, lattice pie he'd ever seen in hand. It would be indescribably delicious, beyond compare, both in its flavor and its ugliness. Truly, no pie had ever looked more like a toddler had baked it. Blueberry he might have guessed, if his eyeballs hadn't run off screaming in horror.
Pie? Looks good.
It did not. It looked like that toddler had punched it to test for doneness halfway through baking.
It's for you, for your family, for Thanksgiving. For me to say I'm sorry, because I was pushy and rude about the power washer. I got all offended, can't even remember about what now, and well, like I said, I was rude.
You were rude because I insulted you.
Would he tell her that? No. Why start the process all over again? Instead, he said,
I probably deserved it, but actually the siding was power washed before I bought the place. They hired it out. I even tested it on the back wall with a scrub brush and soap. It's clean. It's just a dusty gray as it is.
And then her cheeks bloomed, all pink right then. Even in his porch light he could see it. She took a step back and stumbled. Clay caught her and managed not to drop the pie. He'd take that pie home and tell funny stories about his hyper neighbor. The kid had it right. Glyn was definitely what you would call hyper. Glyn hesitated for another few seconds before pulling a card from her coat pocket and pushing it into his hand.
Happy Thanksgiving. I'm heading out now. They're talking about a big storm coming in, so I figured I'd try to outrun it.
Clay stood there, watching as she climbed into her car and then right back out again. When she hurried up the steps and into her house, he went into motion. The pie abandoned on his kitchen counter, he snatched up his sticky notepad and scribbled,
"Your back left tire needs air,"
and booked it back to the house. He'd just shut his door when he heard her front door slam shut. It was the only way to shut the old thing. From the far edge of the window, he watched as she hurried out with, was that a hairdryer? Either that or a ray gun. Regardless, she dashed out with it in hand. Clay gripped his drapes. He really needed to get rid of the things, and held his breath. Glyn read, he assumed, stared over at his house, read again, assuming again, and crumpled up the paper. Uh-oh. Time to take it like a man. He stepped out of the protective shadow of the drapes and waved as she looked up from inspecting the perfectly inflated tire. He'd chosen tires because he knew Adric over at the garage had already inspected everything. Shaking her head and raising her fist in an "I'll get you" attempt at a menacing gesture, the woman slid in behind the wheel and pulled the door shut. She even waved as she rolled down the street. November 21st, 11:31 p.m. With each mile, the storm grew worse. What had started as wind and bursts of torrential rain had become sleet. Now the first flakes of snow swirled. While Daisy rattled on about her pecan pie disaster, Glyn white-knuckled her way down the highway at a whopping 45 miles per hour. She felt like she was going 90. She probably should have been going 20. But the crust isn't too bad. Daisy, thankfully, stopped the monologue of despair and paid attention. What's wrong? I know that tone. Think I could outrun the worst of this snow if I turned around now? It's getting worse with every mile. You'd have to be willing to put your foot down on the pedal and depress it. Can you do that? Glyn rolled her eyes, a wasted gesture without someone there to see her second-to-none eye-rolling skills. Stop rolling your eyes at me. I'm serious. Okay, not wasted. Glyn slowed at a vista point and pulled in. I think I could if it meant I could see. What do you think? Where are you? How far from home? I've got over halfway to go. As soon as she admitted that, Glyn could have smacked herself. She'd hear it now. Turn around, Glinny. You don't like driving in the mildest inclement weather. You're going to be a danger to people who aren't expecting a car to be going 30 miles an hour. She couldn't help but correct that. 45, thank you. In 20 minutes, you'll be down to 30. If the roads become impassable, you'll freeze. Go home. You'll avoid all the negativity anyway. But Thanksgiving is about family. That earned her a laugh. No, it's about being thankful. It's right in the name. So go home. Give thanks that you're alive. Give thanks that you don't have to fend off rude words and groping hands. And give thanks that your family is gone for Christmas this year. A whole year of freedom from the pain. Not bothering to tell her that family Christmas was back on again, Glyn said, They're not that bad. Silence. Glyn sighed and conceded. Flipping on her blinker, she eased out onto the highway and then gunned it. You're right. Some are. I go for the ones who aren't. You go because it's the right thing to do, and nothing is more important to Glyn Darrow than that. Except Jesus. The pause before Daisy's, Of course, that goes without saying, said more than Glyn wanted to think about. I think I'll go. Concentrate on the road. Thanks for being there, Dace. You have a lovely time with your family and save me a piece of that pie. Without waiting for a reply, Glyn clicked off the phone and gripped the steering wheel even harder. The speedometer inched up to 50, 55. At 60, the yellow lines in the middle of the road became harder to see. She kept steady. I can do this. November 22nd, 2:13 a.m. The unusual crunch of tires on the street caught Clay's attention half a second before headlights appeared. Who was driving around Fairbury at this time? A taxi bringing someone home from the mighty Aphrodite? But then it appeared. The tiny blue and white smart car rolled up the street and into Glyn's driveway. He shoved aside his laptop and launched himself off the couch. Like an old man with no fashion sense, he slid his sock-clad feet into his outdoor slides and grabbed his coat. A cold blast hit him at the same time a snowflake fluttered into his line of sight and disappeared somewhere behind him. At least he remembered to shut the door behind him. Her car door was opening as Clay reached her.
Hey, you okay?
Storm.
Bleary eyes stared at him.
I made it home awake and alive. Barely.
Glyn's voice cracked, and even in the shadowy glow of the streetlights, he could see a sheen over her eyes. Exhaustion? Disappointment? It pricked his heart.
Sorry, that stinks. Let me help you carry stuff in. You get some sleep, and then come home with me in the morning. We can leave a couple hours later so you get some good rest.
He had to stop her.
Look, if you're uncomfortable or just don't want to go, great, I get it. But if you think you'll be anything other than a very welcome guest, then think again. Everyone will be glad to have you. Trust me.
And he'd deal with the fact that everyone included him later. Of course, by that point, it probably wouldn't include him anymore. That was probably for the best. The first tear fell as she shut her car door behind her. The second followed before she could speak.
Thanks,
Glyn swallowed and shook her head.
Just thanks.
Half desperate to kill the awkwardness, he pointed at her porch.
Go on in. I'll grab whatever's in the seat there and bring it in. We can get whatever's in the back tomorrow.
He thought she'd argue. There was that flicker of a flash there for a moment, and then poof, gone.
Thanks.
More tears fell.
Really, thanks. I don't know what's wrong with me.
You're tired, that's all. Disappointed too, I bet.
And relieved.
It came out in a whisper, but he heard it loud and clear. 7 hours later, they took off for Peoria. 5 hours and a car pileup that clogged traffic in every direction after that. Clay pulled into his driveway and parked.
Well, that was fun.
She gave him a weak smile.
Thanks for trying. If you hadn't waited for me, you might have missed it.
So that's what had been bothering her all the way back.
You take inventory at your place. I'll take inventory here. Meet here in 30?
We can take my car,
she offered.
Sorry, but I don't think I'd fit.
Clay couldn't help teasing.
Unless you'd rather drive separately?
She'd never agree.
I'll get my stuff into the house and check to see what I have. Hopefully the market hasn't closed yet. I should have agreed to Walmart in Ferndale. Sorry.
And the apologies continued the whole time he unloaded her stuff from the back and across her driveway to her porch. Clay waited until he got inside before he called Abby.
Hey, Abs.
Your name's Mud.
Yep, literal mud. Okay, here's the deal. That pileup on the interstate has traffic jammed in all directions but home. So, we came home. I'm not trying it again. Can you break it to Mom? We have to get to the store, and I don't have time to talk before that. I'll call her once we find out what kind of dinner we can pull off last minute.
Abby laughed. You're going to make a Thanksgiving dinner with your uptight neighbor? This is like a crazy rom-com. I love it.
You need romance to get the rom and rom-com. So, yeah, not a rom-com.
Is too. You're both pretending you're not interested, but you invite each other home for the holidays. Then there's a storm, and then an accident. You're stranded together. The only thing keeping this from being Hallmark gold is that it's not Christmas. Throw in a tree or cookies or snowball fight, and you're a walking romantic cliché, my brother.
I don't want to be part of some stupid rom-com.
Abby laughed. Too late. And yes, I'll call Mom. Only after she'd disconnected and Clay was examining the contents of his freezer did he realize that her calling Mom made everything worse. 8. Thanksgiving morning, 7:02 a.m. The Internet police would arrive to arrest her for hijacking the information highway any minute now, but she'd finally found the perfect recipe to turn their oversized turkey into a gourmet meal. Then again, for 2 people, any turkey was oversized. But seriously, they'd found exactly 1 turkey at a whopping 23 pounds and a package of boneless chicken breasts. Those had been the best options. She'd have gone for the chicken in a heartbeat, but before she could reach for them, Clay had plopped the turkey into the cart with almost boyish elation. Yeah, no almost about it. The guy was like a kid at Halloween. Ridiculous. She sighed.
And kind of adorable.
Too bad he was so annoying. Glyn caught her reflection in the laptop screen and stuck her tongue out at herself.
You keep telling yourself that.
All she needed was paprika, butter, minced garlic, and rosemary. Her gaze slid to the 2 little rosemary trees she'd put on either side of her fireplace. Indulging in a bit of gloating might have been immature, but she was good with that. If she hadn't followed her list so she was ready for Christmas, they wouldn't have fresh rosemary, and she'd have been stalking the neighborhood for someone's shrubs and praying they didn't use pesticides on it. The recipe called for a roasting pan, which they didn't have. They had an aluminum thing that she would have to keep on a baking sheet to keep it from breaking with the weight of their bird. That, and a baking bag. Clay had been insistent that they get those bags. His mother always used them. No, they didn't have to open it to baste the bird. The plastic trapped moisture in so they didn't have to baste. No, the plastic didn't melt all over the bird or emit toxic fumes. Apparently, it probably wasn't even plastic. The idea of not babysitting their meal did appeal to her, but she didn't know if she trusted the 3.5-hour cooking time on the bag box. Should she maybe put it in a couple of hours earlier, just in case? Her mom cooked theirs overnight and woke up several times a night to baste the thing. Of course, their family ate at 2 o'clock instead of the 4:30 she and Clay had decided on. Indecision wrecked her until she decided that if he contacted her before 11, she might not put it in early. But if he didn't, she was going for it.
I can always turn it down 25 degrees if he freaks out.
She'd just drifted off to sleep, on the couch, scrunched up in totally uncomfortable contortions, when her phone chirped. Glyn fumbled and managed to answer before it went to voicemail.
Yeah? You okay? Did you make it home? I waited as long as I could stand, but last I heard you were headed back to Fairbury after a wreck. Then nothing.
Daisy. Of course it was Daisy. She'd forgotten to text.
Yeah, sorry. Service dropped, and then when we got home, we went to the store and...
You don't owe me an explanation, Glyn. I just wanted to make sure you did make it home. That's it. No judgment. Except that while Daisy might not be judging, it almost sounded as if she'd jumped to assumptions. Better nip that in the bud.
Would it be evil of me to call him this early to ask about when to put the turkey in? He bought these weird bags and...
Turkey? And it worked. By the time she got done describing their food battles, her Google searches, and her desperate need for a shower, Daisy was talking about abandoning her family in favor of a whole day dedicated to gratitude with a guy who should learn to be grateful that she existed.
He would probably much prefer to be spending his Thanksgiving with you than me. I annoy him.
That's because you're always so infernally right about everything. It's okay to let people be wrong sometimes. They'll figure out your superiority without your help. If they don't, that's their loss. Glyn knew she should be offended by this. Really, she should. But the "that's their loss" soothed her tired, raw feelings, and she fell asleep somewhere between "what are you serving as side dishes?" And how many strays from church do you think Mom invited this year? Thanksgiving, 4:23 p.m. If Glyn peeked into that oven one more time, he'd set fire to the turkey. She squealed and reached for the oven mitts. Clay stopped her.
What are you doing?
The little temperature button popped out. It's done.
Just turn off the oven, but leave it in. We have 10 more minutes before the rolls are done.
But I have to get at the juices for gravy.
That threw him. Juices? Gravy? Didn't they buy a jar? He could have sworn they did.
Where's the jar?
Jar of what?
He must have taken it home.
Gravy. I'll go get it.
But she stopped him before he got to the door.
That jar stuff?
Her nose wrinkled.
No thanks. I'll make some.
And so continued the friction that had begun before he'd even arrived. Clay tried to take credit for it, but even he had to admit she was a bit snippy. Probably tired. He didn't suppose she'd gotten much sleep. Well, if the explosion in her kitchen meant anything, that is.
Why go to the trouble when...
He shouldn't have tried to ask. As Glyn turned on him, ready to do battle, the container of cornstarch left her hand and soared across the kitchen, landing square in his chest. The lid must have been half off, because what he could only surmise was cornstarch dumped an inch of white, powdery fluff all over him and the floor. Okay, the floor got the inch. He got a sound dusting.
She giggled. I'm so sorry. I guess I didn't have the lid on.
At least you're smiling now.
That earned him a scowl.
Me? I'm not the one who showed up looking like I was being led to the guillotine.
Guillotine?
I know. I have to say it wrong to spell it, so sometimes I say it wrong when I'm just saying it. That's beside the point. You came in here grouchy, and you're surprised it rubbed off when you insult my gravy-making skills. I notice you don't mind it in cottage pie.
All this she blasted at him from beneath the kitchen sink. As she stood, Glyn passed him a small dustpan and a whisk broom.
There, clean that up, will you? It's your fault anyway.
His protest died on his lips when Clay realized two things. He had sort of insulted her ability to make gravy. It hadn't meant to be one, but compounded on the grouch he'd been carrying ever since Abby had pronounced their situation the equivalent of a living rom-com, well,
you're right.
It hurt to admit it, and it would be mortifying when he confessed why, but in a flash of genius, everyone has them now and then, Clay decided the only way to deal with the thing and keep it from being awkward was to address an elephant she couldn't even see had invaded her kitchen, so to speak. When she glanced his way, he offered his best attempt at a smile.
Look, here's the deal. I was talking to Abby before I came over, and by the time I got done telling her everything, she was laughing at me and calling our whole non-adventure a rom-com, like straight out of Hallmark. It ticked me off, and I'm taking it out on you. I'm sorry.
Glyn turned toward him and scowled. That wouldn't have been too bad, but she held a pair of terrifying-looking scissors in hand. She blinked.
But it's Thanksgiving. They do historical stuff at Thanksgiving. If it were Christmas, sure, but...
And with that startling and non-awkward reaction, Glyn turned back to the oven, removed the turkey, and slashed open the baking bag. If he'd thought the house smelled amazing when he entered it, that was nothing to the billowing steam of turkey goodness that filled the kitchen right then.
Oh, man.
Smells amazing, doesn't it? Is it time for you to get the rolls out of your oven?
Yes, she'd arrived at his house with a pan of yeasty rising rolls 5 minutes before he'd have headed over to her place, with instructions to get them baking as soon as the oven reached 375. Yes, he'd just done it without blinking. No, he didn't regret it. Not even when she thrust a stick of butter into his hand and told him to, "Butter those buns, will you?" The woman didn't even know she'd said it. Not until he opened the door and started to leave. That's when he heard a cackle that belonged in last month's drama.
Butter the buns.
she wheezed.
Only me.
Clay closed the door behind him as quietly as possible and dashed for home. He'd have time to change out of the cornstarch-dusted clothes if he hurried. A sneeze ensured that he must change, and pronto. With 4 minutes on the timer to go, Clay managed to shed his clothing in the laundry room and make a mad dash for his bedroom to pull on clean jeans and a sweatshirt. The mad dash, unnecessary. In his panic not to burn the buns, there was another good one for you. He'd forgotten that he was home, alone, and in no danger of flashing his to anyone but an unsuspecting mirror if he turned in the wrong direction. But as he reached for his favorite North Face sweatshirt, he recalled Glyn's leggings, skirt. Was it a kilt? It kind of looked like one, but shorter. And sweater. She'd definitely come from a family who dressed up for Thanksgiving. His family was more along the lines of ratty old sweats, jeans, and flannels that had outlived their appropriateness outside the family home. Flannel. He had a new shirt, heathered flannel in gray and green. Sage, Abby called it. Perfect. Casual and comfy, but not quite as beat up as his old sweatshirt. The oven timer screamed at him before he could dig out the shirt. Feeling much too much like some guy in a commercial, pulling rolls from an oven while shirtless, he managed to save their buns. He couldn't help it, from scorching.
Maybe it's more like one of those romance novels with guys who can't bear to hide their abs on the covers. Yeah, probably like that.
The thought made him want to go put on his sweatshirt again. But at the sight of Glyn's delight when he came in looking more respectable than he had, Clay discovered that he was equally pleased he'd made an effort and irritated at that pleasure.
You've got issues.
The table looked, well, amazing. Okay, except that the cornucopia-looking thing that held apples, mini pumpkins, and those multicolored corn ears looked like it had been made out of... No, wait. He gazed closer at it. Were those? He swallowed hard. They were. He knew it.
Creative cornucopia.
Isn't it cool?
The girl beamed. Maybe he should call her a woman, but with that grin, she looked more like a middle schooler.
It's made out of toilet paper rolls. Can you believe it?
Oh, he could believe it all right.
Is that,
He shouldn't have started the question, but now he had no choice.
hygienic?
The way she gaped at him sent nervous shivers down his spine. She hadn't thought of it.
Oh, no.
Then she laughed, a deep belly laugh.
Your face. That was priceless. I took the centers out before putting the TP in the bathroom. Never entered the throne room at all.
That sounds complicated.
Tell me about it. Do you know how hard it is to keep the thing from becoming lopsided and not unrolling? Still, it was worth it, don't you think?
He did not think. The nightmare was only slightly improved by the knowledge that it had never resided next to the commode. On a consolation scale, it might make a 3 out of 10.
I think it looks like a lot of work. I'm surprised you went to the trouble since you weren't going to be here.
There. That was innocuous enough, wasn't it? Clay reached for the plate of hack job carved turkey and held it out to her.
Okay, let's pray first.
And here we go.
Clay forced a patient smile on his lips and did a bit of praying himself. Praying that she wouldn't keep him holding the heavy plate for too long while she addressed the Almighty. A nice, God is great, God is good, thank you, Lord, for this food, would suffice. It had to be food. His rhyming sensibilities had always been offended when someone actually said food, even when he was 4. Okay, especially when he was 4. She beamed at him. That's when he realized she expected him to do that praying. So, after a 3-second consideration, Clay Ruskin said his prayer, rhyming food and all. Maybe he should have added something more personal. As she harumphed and added her own thoughts and petitions, Clay decided there was no maybe about it. His arm would fall off before she got done, and he'd let it before he gave in and put the plate down. Alas, it began shaking enough that he was forced to rest the lip on the edge of the table or risk adding floor seasoning to their menu.
Amen.
Prayer must be over. He handed her the serving fork and used his other hand to prop up the plate.
Smells amazing. Not bad for a last-minute thing, although you did most of it.
Clay frowned, but before he could apologize, Glyn passed him the rolls.
It wasn't like I left anything for you. I got a bit obsessed with it all.
At that point, apologizing would have probably been insulting or something, so Clay opted for a simple,
"Thank you. I appreciate this. It's a nice meal, and it's nice to get to know you better."
3 bites in, he had to admit that as much as he missed his goofy family and their half-staged arguments that kept things lively on holidays, this quiet meal with Glyn was near perfect.
Maybe she'll turn out to be all right.
He, of course, ignored that if she turned out all right, she'd be a temptation in the relationship department, and a relationship with a neighbor was a recipe for disaster. If things went sour, and they always did, he'd be stuck living next to an ex. Nope, it didn't matter if she were cute. She was, and happened to have a couple of layers of padding. He'd always preferred women his grandma called fluffy. Clay preferred to think of them as soft, cuddly. He swallowed hard. Glyn had it all, and she wasn't the uptight harridan she'd pretended to be, mostly. As if she heard his thoughts, Glyn dropped her fork onto her plate.
Oh, we forgot to say what we're thankful for.
When he didn't reply, she gave him an encouraging smile before adding,
I'll go first.
After picking up that fork again, she poised it to take a bite and said,
I'm thankful that my new neighbor isn't as much of a jerk as I thought he was.
He choked.
Praise indeed.
You know what I mean. It came out wrong, but you know.
Again she smiled, but this time it faltered a bit.
What about you?
I'm thinking.
While it was true, it was also a stall tactic. That stopped her. Mouth open, closed. No food inserted, although somehow he felt like he'd inserted his foot in his. But how?
Thinking? Is it that hard to think of something to be grateful for? I mean, we got home alive and without damage to your truck. There's that.
Yes, and I am thankful for that. But I was trying to put real thought into it, not just say something to be saying something.
Of course, now that it was out of his mouth, it kind of sounded like she had been flippant. She'd let him have it in 5, 4, 3.
Whoa, that's deep. Kind of cool, too. I tend to focus on being grateful for everything, especially the little things.
She shot him a smile, kind of shy and definitely sweet.
Like a neighbor helping make Thanksgiving happen when I'm probably the last person he wants to spend the day with.
While he fumbled for a response, Glyn set down that fork again and stared at her plate.
It's actually been really nice. Quiet, cozy, no family drama.
Clay stared at her, unsure how to respond to that. Nice? Sure. But nice not to be with family? He couldn't fathom it. Her gaze flickered in his direction a few times before she sighed.
I have a really messed up family, and this year was going to be great because Grandma Lytle was going to be there. But Mom's new husband hates her, and they're already on the rocks, so they'd have filed for divorce before Christmas. I'm sure of it.
As if that weren't heartbreaking enough, she took one more bite of her mashed potatoes and said,
Yeah, this is really nice. I guess I'm trying to say that I'm thankful for you.
9. Thanksgiving, 4:39 p.m. She'd made him uncomfortable. Well, it was true. She was grateful that he had turned out to be a decent guy and had given her a nice alternative to a stressed-out Thanksgiving with her family. Saying so was the right thing to do. If he had issues, That was his problem, right? Just as he started to say, "Well, thank you," Glyn's phone blurted out, "I want a hippopotamus for Christmas." Daisy. Clay scowled at her. "It's still Thanksgiving."
Well, it wasn't like you were going to hear it, and it's one less thing I have to do tomorrow.
With that, she ignored him and answered.
Hey, Daisy, you called just in time. You're on speaker, and we were just talking about what we're thankful for.
Hey, Clay, happy Thanksgiving. Clay murmured something in the direction of "you too," and speared a green bean. Something about his less than eager greeting irritated her more than Glyn wanted to admit. So, she thought maybe he needed a few lessons in gratitude. So, she'd show him.
So, Daisy?
The look Clay shot her made her wonder if she'd cut off something Daisy had been saying. Oops.
What are you grateful for this year?
Oh man, not to be too awkward or anything, but I think, yeah, today it's a guy I met. He's nice, cute, total heartthrob, actually. Just moved here. You should see his truck. At the word truck, Clay's head shot up. Wide-eyed. Was it? It was. The guy was panicked. Glyn stifled a grin and said,
Oh, big?
Enormous. We're going to have words about that thing, but it's impressive regardless. He's thoughtful, too. Helpful. Doesn't just expect everyone to do everything for him. He jumps right in and does what's needed, even when he doesn't really know you. She gave a sigh worthy of a Southern belle in an antebellum movie. Seriously, I've never fallen for someone so fast in my life. He could be the one. By this point, Glyn couldn't decide if she should laugh or disconnect the call. Clay looked like he was having trouble breathing. How could he know that Daisy was not talking about him? The woman was audacious, but she had some pride. Then again, watching him squirm.
So, are you going to ask him out?
Duh, like, I'm calling first thing tomorrow. I'm tired of waiting around for guys to notice my potential, so I'm going for it. You should too. Don't you think, Clay? This time, Clay did choke. He coughed, sputtered, and finally managed to spit out his green bean in his napkin, all while sending accusatory glares at Glyn. Tears poured down Glyn's cheeks from all attempts not to laugh aloud. Clay tapped furiously on his phone screen and shoved it across the table and into her face. It read, "Can't believe you did this to me. You will regret it." With what she hoped was a cheeky grin, Glyn leaned near her phone to ensure every word came through crystal clear.
Well, I think this guy sounds wonderful and you shouldn't wait until tomorrow. Call him now. Ask him out. Tell him why you think he's such a great guy. People need that kind of affirmation, and I don't think they get enough of it.
If Clay could have reached her neck, it would have been tied in a bow. Maybe he needed rescuing.
So, where'd you meet this amazing guy? I might want him for myself.
If you could give yourself whiplash, Clay just had. His head snapped up so fast, Glyn would have sworn she heard it. "Hands off, girl!" Daisy laughed, murmured something to someone, and returned to the phone. "Sorry, Mom says we're about to play games, so I should go. Besides, I've been in here so long he might have forgotten about me. And Carissa's here. You know, every guy drools over her. So I need to get out there and remind him that there are more interesting fish in our sea of dating possibilities here. See you later. Oh, Clay?" The guy couldn't talk. Glyn giggled. Didn't care at all. She just laughed.
He is stunned by any man's stupidity in not immediately recognizing your superiority. The cat had his tongue for supper.
You don't have a cat. Wait, what?
Night, Daisy. I know what you're going to say, and Clay has had enough stress right now without adding your issues to the pot. Night.
And before Daisy could protest, and embarrass both of them, Glyn disconnected. Then she laughed. Actually, it was more like a howling mess of hilarity, but despite the reprieve, Clay's expression still mingled horror and relief, which only made her laugh harder. It took a moment.
But Clay's lips finally twitched. His eyes crinkled, his chin—
Oh, wow. His chin actually dimpled. I didn't know chins could do that.
And if you could fall in love with a dimpled chin, Glyn did. Right there. Thanksgiving, 8:13 p.m. After the longest FaceTime in the annals of Ruskin family history, Clay began puttering, as his grandmother called it. He washed the bowl he'd used for his mangled slice of pie and whipped cream. Delicious pie, but it looked like a Halloween horror set after the big massacre. A load of laundry called, so he put that in. Since he didn't want or need anything, he tossed the Black Friday ads unread. Why look, when even if they had the one thing missing from his life at half its value, he wouldn't go? Why, indeed? At home, they'd be hauling down the decorations from the attic. A pang of regret hit him. If he got on the road right now, he'd be there before they took off for the tree farm. He could do it. In fact, he could probably talk Glyn into going too. It might be nice for her. For a fraction of an instant, Clarity suggested that it would be even nicer for him. He told Clarity what it could do with its observations, in Grandma-approved language, of course. Barely. Okay, maybe Grandma-tolerated language. That was more like it, but still. Old Sunday school lessons poked at his conscience. Thinking swear words and saying alternatives compounds foul speech with lying. Don't forget, for out of the overflow of the heart the mouth speaks. And yet he'd rejected that. Or, rather, rejected the church that taught him one thing and lived another. Yep, he'd be authentic or die trying. His morose musings scattered at the sound of the door-knocker. Considering most of the street had left for places unknown, and all of his friends had taken off across the Midwest, and a few to the West Coast, that left Glyn. Cold air forced its way into the house the moment he cracked open the door. Without thinking, he reached out and jerked her inside. "Where's your coat?" She laughed at him.
You sound like Neil.
That stopped him. Who was Neil? There was only one way to find out. Who?
Neil Kirkpatrick, the curmudgeonless curmudgeon of Linden Street.
That doesn't even make sense. But at the moment he realized Glyn was holding something, probably because Glyn began carrying it to the kitchen.
You forgot your leftovers. You have to eat at least half that turkey you made me get.
The grin she shot back at him prompted a giggle from the Clarity beast. Clay decided to shove Clarity in a cupboard and lean against it. Who's Neil Kirkpatrick? And Linden Street? 2 streets over?
Something like that.
Glyn's grin only grew wider, almost Cheshire in its enormity.
The way Wendy tells it, he spent months harping on how she never wore a coat. He was brutal about it.
How was asking about a coat once harping and brutal? And how could he ask without making it seem like he was too interested in this Neil guy? Then again, didn't she say Wendy? Who's Wendy?
His wife.
So not a boyfriend. Well, she'd given no indication of a love life, but, well, you know. Always good to be sure, right? No, it's not good. It's crazy because you don't care. He'd believe it someday, too. But if he were honest with himself, which he'd never be, right now he cared. Or rather, he thought he might enjoy learning to care. Glyn Darrow was intense, but she was also fun. In a totally over-the-top obsessive kind of way. Besides, her hideous food was amazing. Yep, the way to my heart might be through my stomach being filled with top chef rejects. As if she lived there, Glyn opened the fridge, moved stuff around, and inserted her containers.
There, now either freeze it or eat up fast. If I find out you threw it away, I'll have a flock delivered and dumped in your backyard.
She'd do it, too. Deal.
He'd package it up and freeze all but enough for soup to last the week for lunch. It's how he rolled.
Any chance there are any of those rolls left?
I have some rising now. You ate them all.
He grinned. Did not.
Oh, yes, you did. I did not know one human could inhale that much volume.
If the woman hadn't been grinning, he'd have taken it as an insult. They stood there at his breakfast bar, Glyn's index finger tracing the veins in his countertop, her half-smile stretched to a full one when their gazes met. Met and held. Clay hadn't planned on meeting someone. He certainly hadn't planned on meeting an annoying woman who made him reconsider singleness. Hadn't planned it at all. But...
I guess I should go. Are you going to the Consumer Fest in the morning?
Clay nearly said yes, just to see her reaction. Opting for honesty, he leaned his forearms against the counter and wrapped his hands around his coffee mug, as if the liquid inside wasn't tepid and as tempting as yesterday's dishwater. No. He held on fast to that mug when a lock of hair fell over one eyebrow. The urge to brush it aside and see if it was as soft and silky as it looked would have overpowered his will if he hadn't held onto that pathetic mug. Sailors used life vests. Clay used a ceramic mug. There was poetic irony in that. Or something.
I guess I should go.
What'll you buy?
Yes, it was pathetic, but he desperately wanted to keep her there for reasons he'd explore later. For half a second, he almost regretted giving up thumb-sucking. He could use the comfort, and he was a champion sucker. After all, he'd perfected it for 11 long years. He'd also endured torturous orthodontics to correct the mess his thumb had made out of his mouth.
I meant,
she snickered.
Go home. Good one.
Halfway through his play-it-cool laughter as if he'd meant it, Clay sighed.
Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. I heard should go and didn't think. Just reacted.
The woman went rigid. She stared. She blinked. And when he decided he'd somehow offended her, she sighed. And it wasn't exasperation. He'd heard that sigh, like 1,000,000 times, or at least a few thousand. Abby and her never-ending sighs over this guy or that. For the first time, one of those sighs felt nice rather than throttle-worthy.
I can't believe you admitted that.
Authenticity is important to me, and I nearly made a hypocrite of myself.
Doing the right thing is important to me, too.
Something about those words didn't sit well with him, but before he could work out what, Glyn backed toward the door.
I should go.
Clay scrambled to find something to keep her there. A movie? It's a Wonderful Life? He hated that movie, but most women liked it, didn't they? While You Were Sleeping? His mom loved that one, as did Abby. At least it had the kid falling over on his bicycle and the goofy grandma. But by the time he decided he could stomach it twice in 1 year, Abby would insist sometime before Christmas Eve, Glyn had his door open and had already made it halfway down the porch steps. Snowflakes swirled and landed in her hair. Leaning against the door jamb, he shook his head.
More snow?
Glyn's profile took his breath away as she gazed up into the night sky. The lighting from the street lamp made a perfect silhouette.
Wish I had my camera.
At this rate, we're guaranteed a white Christmas.
That's good.
It was a dumb question, but despite shivering and his toes protesting at the ice beneath their formerly toasty socks, he wanted her there, wanted her talking. With a quick smile, she hurried down the walk. Over her shoulder, she called out,
Bring it on!
He watched until she made it indoors and then went to divvy up the turkey into freezer containers. On top of the Pyrex lid sat a note. All thoughts of turkey trotted off as he pulled it out and went to heat up his dishwater. coffee. This time, a little white card with acorns and oak leaves embossed around the edges held a gold, debossed thanks in the corner.
Dear Monster Clay, greetings from next door. I don't know how to thank you for today. I was honest when I said that I'd missed stress by not going home. Still, I also would have been lonely and sad if you hadn't come. So thank you for that. Thank you also for making me think about the deeper things to be thankful for. I've focused.
He turned over the little card and continued reading the tiny script.
So much on making sure I show gratitude for the little things that I forgot to look for the big ones. They count too. So, thanks. Sorry about Daisy. I couldn't help it. Glyn, who isn't as sorry as she should be.
The parenthetic signature qualifier did him in. All through his division of the Thanksgiving spoils, Clay devised a dozen or two notes that he'd never send. He finally settled on one as the best. Dear Glyn, thank you for making dinner. It was delicious, as you well know. I should apologize for eating all the rolls, but after what you pulled with Daisy, you deserve it. You owe me. I'd say dinner at Rosita's would be fair compensation. Name the day, and it's a date. If only he knew if he really wanted to send it or not. Or rather, if he only would admit to himself that he would like to send it. Instead, he tossed it in the wastepaper basket of his mind, shoved most of the turkey in his freezer, and went to watch an episode of Father Brown. Call him a hypocrite, but he'd never admit to anyone how much he loved Mr. Weasley as a sleuthing Catholic priest with his housekeeper, handyman, lady of the manor, and sassy young debutante as sidekicks. As the credits rolled, he pulled out a notepad he'd bought just for that purpose and began scribbling. Dear Glyn, thank you for making a discouraging Thanksgiving a delight in every way but one. Daisy gets recognition for that. She doused the flames of my horror with reality, something you weren't willing to do. I owe you for those rolls, though. Getting coffee this morning. Want something from the grind? Clay Monster. And with that settled, he took off to slide the note through the slot in her original to the house door. One more reason updates were overrated. 10. November 24th, 8:02 a.m. Deja vu. Those were the first coherent thoughts Clay had as the clatter of a ladder once again ripped the warm, comfy blanket of sleep from him. He practically shivered as it disappeared through the doorway and down the hall. Though he tried to bring back the comfortable cocoon of his dreams, if he could only remember them, another clatter did him in. Clay threw back the covers and grabbed his sweatshirt. Some guys had robes, he supposed, but they weren't really his thing. Santa better have decided to get a jump on his rounds and got himself stuck in the chimney or something. That thought cheered him a bit, but not enough to forego his shoes. He shoved his feet into his dudes, one at a time, and grabbed his coat on the way out the door. No way would he freeze more than necessary. A flutter caught his attention as he pulled open the door. Stuck to it with tape covered in holly and ribbons hung a small piece of paper.
Hello again, Monster. Greetings from next door. Thank you for the offer of coffee. I think I'll say yes. I have to be outside most of the morning, so I'll need something to warm my hands. There's cash under your mat. Your soon-to-be frostbitten neighbor, Glyn.
The signature had been started across the bottom and then curved around into what little margins had been on the sides. She'd turned pink when he pointed out that she'd negated the point of hiding the money by telling him where it was hidden. He kind of looked forward to that. She didn't have a pretty blush, but it was fun to see if he could make it happen anyway. A light dusting of snow had fallen during the night and seemed determined to stick, scattered across the lawns of Elderberry Close. As Clay stepped off his porch, he looked for the beauty of fall. And yet, like his neighbor next door, The weather seemed determined to hustle in a white Christmas season.
People aren't even satisfied with a white Christmas day anymore. Now they want an entire season, and it's like Mother Nature is in agreement.
Clay winced. Despite everything he'd come to embrace, he'd had a lifetime of understanding that the concept of Mother Nature was an affront to who really controlled the winds and the waves, the sea, the sun, the moon, the stars, and yes, even the rise and fall of temperatures, the seasons. He couldn't bring himself to do it again. An examination of Glyn's house showed a bow stretched across the door of the little detached one-car garage. How'd she do that? The door was probably original to the place, folding back accordion style like 70s closet doors. Strange. He hadn't noticed that. The big red bow on the door screamed, "Hello, it's Christmas time. Our 32.4 seconds of Thanksgiving are over, and now it's time for the gimme gimme gimmes." Clay knew if she heard his thoughts, she'd call him a Scrooge. Totally not true. He loved Christmas, but something about his neighbor and Christmas bothered him. Bothered him a lot, actually, and he didn't quite know what to do with it. On the other hand, at least she had held off until today. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet, and she'd wrapped up her garage. For that matter, he had no doubt that she had a wreath hanger on her door. There'd probably be snowflakes dangling in the windows, and the Christmas lights. He glanced up at her eaves. Nope, at least those weren't on yet, but they would be tonight. He had no doubt about that. Leaning against his porch railing, Clay watched as she affixed a red bow at the top of each window across the front of her house. It looked great. He waited for that moment when she'd stand back, look at it, and get that moment of satisfaction. It never came. Instead, she climbed down the ladder, picked up her phone, tapped the screen, scrolled, and moved to a box on her porch. From its depths came a long strand of garland. In no time, she'd wrapped half of it along her porch railing.
Why do people do this? She doesn't even seem that excited about it. She's much more excited when she makes something, no matter how hideous it is. But when it comes to Christmas, Halloween, or as we saw the other night, Thanksgiving, it's a checklist. One little thing marked off at a time until the day is over, and she can set it aside for another year. Why does she even bother? It's no sin not to get all excited about a holiday. So why?
Before he said something he shouldn't, Clay turned away. Before he asked Glyn about her lack of enthusiasm for her tasks, he went to grab his wallet and keys. Before he lost what sense he had left, he drove down the street on a coffee mission. Because if he stuck around much longer, he'd ask her out, take her somewhere cool and enjoy watching her experience something he loved. Watch her excitement. Enjoy those moments. And that would be wrong because as far as he could tell, Glyn Darrow was a Christian, and not just some Christianized person who went to church because it's what people do. Glyn was a Christian whose faith mattered to her. He knew what that meant. It meant that fascinating or not, irritating or not, Glyn Darrow wasn't for him. November 24th, 2:22 p.m. The wreath had a mind of its own and was, for lack of better description, running circles around her. Glyn glared at the wire frame as she sipped her pumpkin chai latte. This was ridiculous. She'd ordered a wreath from the kids at church. She didn't need to make her own. She could wait for it to be delivered. Call it done. Determination overrode despair and demanded she get it done. Ripping off the dozen wrapped mini packages she affixed to the frame, Glyn reached for a spool of wide, wired ribbon. What if she... That would do it. With great abandon, she ripped off the plastic sleeve and discarded it. Ribbon meant she didn't have to use as many packages. They could be arranged artistically. An hour later, thrilled with her final creation, Glyn carried it out and hung it on her door, Of course, now she had a wreath coming that she couldn't use, but when she'd seen the Instagram reel showing how to make it, she'd just had to try. The wreath could go under the big bow on her garage. Yeah. But instead of going inside to clean up her mess, Glyn leaned against her porch railing and took in the sight. Tonight, with the lights, a thought grabbed her. She dashed into the living room, and from a mason jar full of silk autumn leaves, she pulled out the mini, battery-powered lights. They'd be perfect for the wreath. Her phone blipped, her alarm reminding her that if she wanted cookies, she'd need to start them in 15 minutes. Cookies. Movie. Maybe The Monster Next Door. The one she didn't drool over. Yet, anyway. Big, dark blue eyes. She'd discovered that yesterday. Definitely blue if you got them in just the right light. Though he'd cut his hair the first week of November, the curls were returning already. What movie would he like? She had to think. Being single herself, she usually decorated to while you were sleeping. Lucy Moderatz always gave her hope that someday living a real life now would pay off when her own Prince Charming, or Jack Callahan, discovered that she existed. Clay wouldn't like it, though. Few guys did. She could dispense with tradition. Maybe go for something more meaningful. The Nativity? A reminder of why people celebrate Christmas? She'd go with that. Even people who weren't Christians enjoyed the beauty of it. Okay, except for the bizarre scene when Joseph holds up baby Jesus like that scene from The Lion King when Simba was born. That always made her roll her eyes. Joseph looked deranged there. Still, if you held God in your hands, you might look bizarre too. That thought settled it. She tugged a sheet of paper free from her shopping pad on the fridge and scribbled a quick note, complete with holly berries around her signature. There. Perfect. Taping it to the Ziploc bag full of baked rolls, she hurried across the drive to Clay's house. She froze at the sight of his bare door. Seriously, would it kill the guy to hang a wreath? Her gaze slid sideways, and she couldn't quite see. So she leaned. Nope. No lights around the window. Nothing. Then again, maybe he was one of those wait until December 1st sorts. It seemed like it with his overreaction to her getting a jump start on the Christmas decor. When Clay didn't answer the door, Glyn set the rolls on the little table next to the front door, adjusted her beret, and tried to force a spring into her step. Her step reminded her that it was fall. With that reminder, all of her seemed to droop a bit. November 24th, 5:19 p.m. The stove clicked several times and a whoosh of flame followed. Clay set the lid on the pot and set a timer on his phone for 5 minutes. Turkey soup. Glyn would be pleased, and something about that pleased him. While waiting for the soup to boil, Clay decided to see if he'd gotten any mail other than the inevitable Cyber Monday flyers. As if Black Friday wasn't bad enough. It seemed that he and Glyn definitely agreed on that one anyway. A flutter caught his attention. Beneath that flutter of a note, a Ziploc bag of dinner rolls. They looked perfect. He could just taste them. And the note? He could almost guess. Dear Clay Monster, greetings from next door. Thank you for the coffee this morning. He unfolded it, and a smile formed. He hadn't been too far off. Dear Clay, greetings from next door. Just curious, why do I write that every time? It's like I'm compelled to or something. Anyway, thank you for coffee this morning. It was just what I needed. I'm making Christmas cookies this afternoon. Then I'm going to watch a movie. Maybe the Nativity. Want to join me? We can eat leftovers and drink hot cider. I have a mix. Starting to bake soon. It's 3:35 right now. Come whenever. I have more rolls. Glyn. P.S. Do I sound as desperate to you as I do to me, or is it just pathetic? I can't decide. Better yet, don't tell me. That last line got him. He grabbed his phone and did the slowest, most nonchalant dash across yards in the annals of mankind. By the way it took her forever to answer the door, he hadn't needed to bother. She wasn't watching.
Hey, didn't know if you got my note. I almost texted, but that felt like proof that I've become desperate. I still feel like pathetic is a bit better. What do you think?
I think you were crazy.
When she shot him a glare, Clay grinned.
You're not pathetic or desperate. You're...
Clay swallowed hard and forced himself to say it.
Well, you're nice. To include me, I mean. I might eat all the cookies.
Go for it. That's what they're for, right?
He followed her into a nightmare masquerading as a kitchen. Had someone used a snowblower to dust the room with flour? A messy baker, or did she really get into this Christmas thing?
Sorry about the mess. I opened a new bag of flour and it went everywhere. I figured cleaning it up didn't make sense until I was done. I'd just get more everywhere.
Good thought.
He pushed up the sleeves of his North Face sweatshirt and flexed his fingers.
Where do I start?
He'd expected rolling pins and squeezing in beside her to cut out cookies. Instead, Glyn took a cookie sheet from the fridge, all ready for him to cut out his shapes.
Leave enough space between them for baking when you cut them out, or they'll all run together. You can decorate with sugar and sprinkles now, or bake ones for frosting later, she said. She set the tray on the dining table so he'd have space to work in.
Sure likes that word. Space.
It wasn't until she told him to set his completed cut and sugared cookies on the burners that he remembered. Never had he beat it out of a place faster. Behind him somewhere, Glyn called after him, but he didn't have time to explain. Steam billowed toward him as he burst through the front door and vaulted the couch. That was a first, and hopefully a last. He skidded on the slick flooring near the stove, but managed to turn it off before he did a half fall onto one leg. At least the stuff had cooled as it bubbled out onto the stovetop and slid down the side. A peek into the top of the pan showed it wasn't dry yet. Nearly, but not quite. It hadn't burned. Why hadn't his phone gone off? A glance at it showed the timer set, but not started. Great. Glyn burst through the door just as he'd cleaned up the floor and wiped down the top of the stove and only burned his hand twice.
What's wrong? Why? Oh no!
She glared at him, the stove, and back at him.
Did you seriously leave something cooking?
Thought I had a timer, but I didn't start it.
You could have lost everything. I could have lost everything.
The girl slugged his arm. Actually slugged him.
Be more responsible.
That was rich. He almost let her know what he thought of her mini attack when he saw it. A quiver of her lip. A furrow developing between her eyebrows. The tremble of her hand.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Glyn turned and fled, but not before he saw the first tears slide down her cheek. Hurt? Bad memory? Fear releasing? It could be one of a dozen things. Despite the inconvenience of it, Clay pulled down the crock-pot he didn't enjoy using, thanked his mother for making him keep it, and dumped the attempted soup into it. He added a box of chicken broth and put it on low. Back to cookies, leftovers, and Glyn. But first, they both needed a hug. That hug didn't happen. When he arrived in her kitchen, she'd filled a plate with cookies and slid it into a Ziploc bag. For a woman obsessed with the size of his truck's impact on the environment, she made up for her reduced carbon footprint by lining every last one of hers in plastic bags.
Glyn,
Just go home. I can't deal with this.
He should have been more understanding. He should have gone in and started cleaning up her flour mess. She'd clearly had an awful day. But the total overreaction to an honest mistake didn't make sense. It stung if he were honest. So He did what any guy with a modicum of pride did. He turned away and left her to her cookies and her flour mess, strode back home and into the house, already regretting not taking those cookies. 11. November 26th, 9:31 a.m. Glyn couldn't help a glance next door as she left for church that Sunday morning. She'd left her apology cookies and a note on the table by his door when Clay didn't answer her knock before she went to bed Friday night. Yes, she'd watched while you were sleeping instead of the nativity. She'd eaten her creamy mashed potatoes by the bowlful and allowed tears to pour down her face. She'd called Daisy and gotten an earful.
Come on, Glenny, it was just an accident. You've done it before, so go apologize.
As usual, Daisy was right about her being wrong. However, if Daisy had thought that she'd go to bed with curled toes and visions of mistletoe dancing in her head, she'd have been sorely disappointed. And today, she'd have to sit in church and confess her bad attitude, her fears, and the terrible testimony she'd been to a guy who, for all she could tell, just needed to see Jesus' love shining through his people. She'd been more like a stink bomb in a jar labeled Rose of Sharon's. As her little smart car rolled down Elderberry Close, she saw him fiddling with his East Eve and waved as he looked her way. Was that a nod or a shake of the head? Glyn didn't know. What she did know was that he wasn't fiddling with lights on the eve or a misplaced wreath. There wasn't even a poinsettia on that table by the door. And people would start doing the light circuit soon. Elderberry Close had a few people who really went all out. She kept her lights simple and tasteful, easier on the utility budget, and she was too clumsy to do anything too exciting on a ladder. But having the outline of the eaves and gables and white lights kept her from looking like a Scrooge. Unlike Mr. Scrooge over there. November 30th, 8:12 p.m. She'd waited long enough. An entire week after Thanksgiving, and there wasn't the slightest hint of anything remotely Christmassy on Clay's house. No tree in the window, no lights on the eaves, and no wreath. Well, she couldn't force him to put up lights like any decent person might, but the wreath she'd ordered and then didn't need had arrived on Tuesday. Yes, she'd held on to it for 2 whole days now, hoping he'd finally speak to her, but clearly Clay was a champion grudge holder. So that was it. The day had come. Glyn marched across their driveways and up his front porch. Clay Ruskin would have something for Christmas if she had anything to say about it. Before she could knock, Clay opened the door, disbelief etched in every pore of his face. "What, is something wrong?" Glyn held out the wreath with one hand and the hanger with the other.
Merry Christmas.
Christmas is 3 weeks away. Over 3 weeks away. In fact,
That's it. She lost it. Again.
It's an early gift so that you can enjoy it longer. A Christmas wreath for Christmas Day and maybe a week beyond isn't nearly as wonderful as one that will last you the whole month.
She turned to walk away before her disappointment morphed into fury, but Clay stopped her.
why is this so important to you? Who cares if I have a wreath?
She knew she shouldn't do it. In fact, everything within her screamed, "Shut up now!" But Glyn didn't and wouldn't. The inner part of herself should have known that. Nope. He'd pushed the wrong button, and she couldn't take it. She spun back around, scowled at him, popped her hand on her hip. Yeah, she really did. And let him have it.
Because it's Christmas, and Christmas matters. It matters to this whole neighborhood. It matters to this whole town. Have you been downtown lately? Have you walked around the square? Have you seen the entire town come alive with Christmas spirit?
He opened his mouth as if to say something, but Glyn rushed on before she chickened out.
The least you can do is hang a wreath that costs you nothing but half a minute so that you aren't the only one playing Scrooge at Christmas.
Clay looked like he wanted to laugh at her. Well, if she were honest with herself, she wouldn't blame him. But Glyn Darrow was not honest with herself. Instead, she turned her scowl into a glare and took a deep breath. Deep inside, she begged God for the words that would make her next move palatable to both of them, and issued the invitation she'd been avoiding for the past 2 weeks.
That reminds me, there's a carol and prayer service every Friday night at First Church, from tomorrow night through Christmas. I'm going if you want to go with me.
He looked like he couldn't breathe, but she kept plowing on before she lost her nerve. Babbling was more like it.
You can walk with me, or we can take my car, or even your monster.
When he opened his mouth, she took a step back.
Or you can just come any time without me being a part of it at all. 7:30, every night.
And without giving him a chance to respond, Glyn turned around and left. December 1st, 6:52 p.m. The world was against him. Mom had been chewing him out for the last few minutes, and if it were Abby, he'd have already hung up on her. Okay, truth is, he already had. That's when he'd called Mom. Big mistake.
Oh, forget it. Paul, can you get in here and talk sense into your son?
Here came the pun. And 5, 4, 3, 2, that would leave me senseless. On cue, Clay groaned. Dad would be disappointed if he didn't. Hey, Dad, I suppose Mom is filling you in. Did you forget that little thing called speakerphone? I've been filled in from the moment you said you complained about a gift. Oops, he hadn't thought of it that way. Glyn is just doing her duty, Dad. It's like she feels obligated to participate in something that she doesn't even care about. Dad didn't respond. He wouldn't. Not yet. As a kid, Clay had thought his father took his time to consider what he wanted to say. And that could be a tiny part of it, but the older he got, the more certain he became that Dad liked to make sure you were listening, pondering, not just hearing. Son, she obviously cares about it, or she wouldn't be doing it. She may not care how you think she should. How does that make you any different from her? Ouch. One more thing. How did he know his point had hit home? He always knew. Yeah. You need to go tonight. Show her that you're willing to make an effort. Because if you are as interested in this woman as it seems, Faith is going to come up. She's obviously concerned with doing the right thing, so she's not going to play around with her own affections for a guy who doesn't share her love of the Lord. So, it might be time to wrestle that out with him now, don't you think? Before one or both of you get hurt? 10 minutes later, he still stood there, staring at his phone. He couldn't go. Not tonight. After all, he hadn't eaten yet. Then again, if he went, he could stop in at the diner for a pastrami melt and fries. That sounded a lot better than turkey soup and grilled cheese, again. A glance at the clock on his stove said he had time for a shower first. That led to a shave and to pulling on the cable-knit sweater his mom swore made him look like a young Orlando Bloom. Of course, every time she said it, Abby affected a terrible British accent and said, "Mum fancies him." Mom blushed, Dad grinned, and all was right with the Ruskin world. Abby said it made him look like a poet, which was kind of apropos considering his surname. Not that John Ruskin had been a huge poet. Clay preferred the man's essays, if he had to read, but still, he could recite exactly one poem, and that was one of Ruskin's. She sat beside me yesterday, with lip and eye so blandly smiling, so full of soul, of life, of light. By 7:15 he was ready to walk over to the church, if there was time. Otherwise he'd offer to take his truck. She'd understand about squished legs, wouldn't she? White lights offered a warm glow as he made his way up her walk and up her steps. She'd wrapped evergreen garland around the posts, looped it over the railings, and draped it around her doorframe. It did look pretty, but she didn't seem to get any joy out of it. Not like she had over that cornucopia. She'd loved that ugly thing. Her pies. She'd practically danced as she brought their bashed-in faces to him. That Glyn, that was the one he wanted to know better. It was also the one that made him want to understand the one he saw most, the one who checked off boxes with a scowl and a sigh. He rang the bell. Knocked. Nothing. Her car was gone, but when had she driven off? And if she were driving, why couldn't she have waited until closer to start time to see if he'd go? Though tempted to walk to the diner and skip the rest, his father's words pricked his conscience.
Show her that you're willing to make the effort.
Too bad she wasn't. Then again, he hadn't even told her he was going, so why should she hang around waiting for him to make up his mind, or even take a minute to say, "Hey, thanks for the invite. I can't make it, but I appreciate you including me." He'd invite her to the diner with him. If she'd eaten, she could have pie. The diner had a pie that defied all logic. Nothing should be as good. Although, now that he thought of it, Glyn's was nearly so, just 10 times uglier.
More like 100, but who's counting? And it all looks the same by the time I've masticated and swallowed it.
A more revolting thought he couldn't imagine, except maybe that he was about to step into church. Voluntarily. Could things get any worse? December 1st, 7:28 p.m. Poinsettias flanked the pulpit, and battery-powered candles created their imitation flickers as if desperate to keep up the illusion of ambiance. Still, someone had made an effort, and Glyn, for one, appreciated it. He wouldn't. Then again, he had hung the wreath. That counted for something. And you couldn't expect someone to get over whatever kept him away from the Lord with a wreath shoved in his face. And yeah, she'd been a bit high-handed about the wreath. But really, was it so hard? Her conscience pricked her. So much for conceding fault. Lord, keep me soft and tender to your promptings, please. The door to the foyer creaked, a sure sign of a stranger. Anyone familiar with First Church knew that if you pushed it open without hesitation, no creak. But if you were tentative at all, forget it. It announced you with the swift efficiency of an English butler. Even as Glyn willed herself not to look back, Adric Garrison moved up to the pulpit.
Well, Tom is getting over a cold, so he can't lead singing and share what the Lord has laid on his heart for tonight. So you get me. God is good and had Tom start us off with a song I can reach most of the notes on, so you guys will have to sing out to help with the top notes, okay?
A few chuckles followed. Movement to her right prompted Glyn to glance over, and the sight of Clay sliding into the seat beside her nearly made her miss the first notes of the first Noel. She flipped open the small folder with its carols and held it up for him to share. Something, or more likely, someone, prompted her to smile and whisper, "Sorry I didn't wait."
You didn't know.
The whispered reply was more like a rumbling murmur in her ear, and she'd examine the gymnastics it prompted in her heart later. Or never. Never was probably best. The guy was made to order. She'd already determined that. But wrong personality? Yes, she'd determined that too. Personalities don't change just because your heart wants them to. Clay didn't have an amazing voice, nothing to write home about or to win TV contests with, but it was soothing. Mellow with a hint of a natural croon. As her mother always said, there was a reason that croon rhymed with swoon. Good thing she knew all the words to the carol, or she'd be a mess having to get close enough to see. And then they hit verse 3. She'd never heard this one, and stumbled. Clay moved closer and held out the lyrics to make them easier for her to read. And by the light of that same star, 3 wise men came from country far. To seek for a king was their intent, and to follow the star wheresoever it went. It fit, although the whole 3 wise men thing annoyed her. By the end of it, the verse even felt familiar. Why did people tend not to sing it? Following that, they sang of bringing gold, frankincense, and myrrh. That one she knew. But when he should have been closing the folder, Clay turned a page, and a new verse appeared, one she knew she'd never heard. Instead of singing, Glyn read, "Then let us all with one accord sing praises to our heavenly Lord, that hath made heaven and earth of naught, and with his blood mankind hath bought."
And with one verse, the whole song takes on richness I never knew it had.
Tom stepped behind the pulpit, urged them to be seated, coughed, took a swig of something, and smiled out over the congregation.
"Thank you, Adric. I don't have much to say, except that I almost rejected this carol for being too light, too fluffy compared to so many others. Then I saw that last verse. You know, I don't think I've ever seen it before."
You and me both.
Next to her, Clay rumbled his agreement, and her heart struck an out-of-key note. This might not have been a good idea. So, while Tom reminded them of the scriptures that urged Christians to dwell together in unity and to speak to one another in spiritual songs like carols, to recall who made them and all that surrounded them, to praise the Lord daily for the gift of shed blood for remission of sins. While Tom led them through a few short minutes of reminders, Glyn tried to focus on anything but Clay's nearness, that he'd actually come despite her pushiness, and most of all, the super adorable sweater he wore. Shallow? Most certainly. But it was what it was. When prayer time was over and everyone rose to leave, Clay's hand on her arm asking if she'd like to join him at the diner for dinner and maybe dessert felt like a reward for her, albeit failed, attempts to keep her heart and mind fixed on Jesus. 12. December 4th, 7:11 a.m. Monday meetings shouldn't be allowed. Still, it meant she'd have half of Friday off. Her boss was great like that, so Glyn willed herself not to complain and pulled on her coat. Halfway out the back door, she looked over at Clay's house and went right back inside again. He hadn't come to church on Saturday or Sunday, but maybe with a direct invitation again. In fact, she'd invite him every single day. No more generic invitations. An honest-to-goodness invitation for each and every day. Of course, this meant she might not have time to grab a coffee, but it was worth it. Mostly because Clay needed that connection with the Lord. A close second might be the way her more adventuresome, rebellious self insisted that she needed a connection with him, but that was something to ponder another day. Week, month, year. There was no rush. She'd made it this far on her own, and it had been good for her. Men complicated things, took over, beat you down, stripped you of everything you loved.
Not now, Glyn. Not now.
It took another few precious minutes to calm herself enough to write a note, but she did it, and resigned herself to office coffee that only a cowboy would drink.
Dear not-so-monstrous Clay, greetings from next door. It's tradition now, right? I hope you had a lovely weekend with your sister. I should have invited both of you to church. I'm sorry for not thinking of it. We're still having carol and prayer service every night at First Church. I wanted to invite you to go with me again, especially since we didn't actually make it together last time. Not at first.
The memory of the pie he'd bought her prompted her to add her own invitation.
I was planning to do the light paths around Fairbury afterward. Maybe get something to eat. Want to join me? I'll be leaving for church at 7:15. Driving. Because of lights.
Glyn hesitated for longer than it should have taken her, and sighed before sending her pen gliding over the paper again.
I just thought of something. It might be cool to see the lights from your truck, if you were willing to take it. Better legroom for you, and we won't get our view blocked by the parked cars on the street. Either way is good for me. Hope you can make it. Glyn, who had better get to work.
Though tempted to tuck the note into the door or even in his mailbox, Glyn slipped a cookie into a small Ziploc and washi-taped the note to it. Once she'd left it on his porch, she drove off for Rockland and a day of wondering if she had the closest thing to a date that she'd had since her final year at Rockland U. She may or may not have spent the 45-minute drive to the office praying that he'd say yes and mentally trying on every outfit combination she could remember. By the time she pulled into the parking garage, she'd eliminated anything with yoga pants, not cute enough, with holey jeans, too cold, and the bridesmaid's dress she'd spent too much money on not to use for something in the future, too formal. At this rate, she had a chance of looking cute exactly one time before Christmas Day, and he'd probably go home a week before and miss it. December 4th, 7:21 p.m. After nearly 12 hours of texting back his acceptance, his suggestion that they meet for dinner since he was in Rockland too, his decision to go home since he hadn't heard from her, and his "Are you okay?" text, Clay decided he would not go after all. He glared at her darkened house. What, no automatic lights? Then again, it wasn't like her to say she'd do something and then not do it, was it? It didn't fit what he knew of her anyway. That left him with another thought. He'd said he was going. If he didn't go, could he complain about her not responding? She hadn't said she would. Fine. At this point, he'd be late if he didn't leave now, so Clay bolted for his truck and zipped across town, all while ignoring speed limit signs and keeping a sharp eye out for kids, cats, dogs, and power-walking old ladies. What happened to canes, walkers, and rolling shopping carts wielded by blue-haired ladies? A glance around the parking lot showed no car. If this turned out to be some kind of trick to get him into church, that would be the end of any relationship, cordial or not, with her. She'd be like the couple across the street. He knew they lived there because their car came and went. He'd never seen either of them outside. In fact, he only knew a couple lived there because Glyn had said so. Unless she was messing with you. Now that was ridiculous. As he dashed up the steps and into the building, Clay chided himself on that one. She may have ignored him all day, but she wouldn't lie about something like that. In his rush to get inside, he forgot to be quiet as he jerked open the foyer door. Instead of the piercing protest it had made last time, the door swung open with only the briefest whisper. Folks were just settling into place, and the preacher, Tom, wasn't it, climbed up behind the pulpit. Still no Glyn. "Tonight's carol is Come Thou Long-Expected Jesus. I didn't know this one until I heard Chris Tomlin's Christmas CD and thought he wrote it." A gasp and a few chuckles followed that. Tom gave a sheepish shrug and continued, "Hey, I'd never heard it before, but Charles Wesley wrote it. Charles Wesley, you know, the guy who wrote half our hymnals." A grin formed. "Okay, for those of you who aren't familiar with our old-fashioned ways here at First Church, those blue books in the equally old-fashioned pew racks are books full of songs. As you can see, we have no screens." Near the front, one woman shouted, "Praise the Lord!" Abby would disagree. She was a hand-raiser whenever she actually went to church and found screens much more conducive to upraised arms. "My arms get tired holding up the book, and then I can't see the words anyway." Somewhere up front, a guitar picked some notes and played through the tune. Clay recognized it, although as he read the sheet music in the folder he held, he decided he'd never heard the words. "Born thy people to deliver. born a child and yet a king, born to reign in us forever, now thy gracious kingdom bring. By thine own eternal Spirit, rule in all our hearts alone. By thine all-sufficient merit, raise us to thy glorious throne. By thine all-sufficient merit, raise us to thy glorious throne. Born to reign in us forever, rule in all our hearts alone. Maybe if people sang more songs like that, the atrocities committed in the name of Christ would cease. That might be asking too much, but they'd have to be less common if people took words like that to heart. Spiritual abuse would be much less common if people simply obeyed that greatest of commandments. When the first man stood to pray, Clay considered leaving. Sitting through songs and homilies was one thing. You could build walls up around them and view them as if in an exhibit. Prayer, that was different. Intimate. Like one of his father's hugs. You could resist it for a little while, but he'd just keep hugging you until you relaxed and hugged him back. Time to slip out. But no. When he half rose to creep out of the pew, there sat Glyn at the other end, head bowed, hands clasped tight enough to make her fingers white. Or was she cold? Clay didn't know when he did it. All he knew was that 1 minute he'd been staring at her hands, listening to a guy pray for the light of the star over Bethlehem to light the way to guide souls to Jesus. Poetic, but a bit much in his opinion. And the next, he sat beside her, his hand wrapped around one of hers, and wondering how it had happened. She did relax, though. A small boy prayed that his grandma would get well. A teen prayed that she would know what to do after graduation. A woman near the front asked to learn to love Jesus more than anything. Then silence fell over the room. No one else stood. No other murmur low enough to warrant further silence from the others followed. Tom the preacher prayed for the church, the town, the nation, and the world. He prayed that everyone would remember to take a moment every day to remember why the Christmas season even existed. Pleading entered his tone as he asked that his people would cherish their loved ones while they could. Then it happened. He prayed for someone specific. Nathan. Whoever he was had been talking with him by the ice rink that afternoon and had asked for prayer. Please show Nathan how to love you when it's hard, how to serve you when he wants to serve self, how to trust you when your people aren't trustworthy, how to keep his eyes fixed only on you, and help me do the same. If he'd been concentrating, praying really, as he should have been, Clay might have missed the slight shaking of Glyn's shoulders, the surreptitious brush of tears from the corner of her eyes, the slow, deep inhale and soft exhale. By the time Tom's amen rang out through the building, she'd regained her composure, but something had shaken her, and it bugged him that he wanted to know what. She sought his gaze and smiled. Sorry, it's been a horrible day. I just got back into town. I was getting concerned. I'm glad you came. Can we go before people start milling? I'm starving. Haven't eaten anything since leaving the house this morning. As he drove her down to the deli to get a sandwich and a cup of soup, she described the horror of her morning. He just sat there while everyone was arguing, and then he fell over. Heart attack. I think he'd been trying to get our attention, but we were too fixated on getting our way about the stupid company party to pay attention. He'll be okay? His wife says so. I had to do a bunch of stuff, and then go get a new phone. Did I tell you someone stole my phone while I was at Starbucks? I set it down to grab a napkin and clean off my cup, sloshed all over me, and that's all it took. Like I had time to deal with jerks like that today. Did you report it? Yeah, they're cracking down on a ring of thieves doing this for reasons I didn't understand. So
I guess they're actually going to go get it for me. But then it'll be evidence and has to be kept long enough to do whatever they do with evidence. It could be months. So I went and replaced it and was glad, for the first time ever, that I bought a warranty.
That didn't happen often, being glad for that kind of thing. I've never gotten one, but I guess it can be worth it.
I never have either, but when I got my last new phone, I was going on a camping trip with the church and figured I'd drop it over a cliff or something, so I got it. Now, I'm glad I did. Sigh.
She actually said sigh instead of sighing. Clay nearly cracked up. Want to sit in the truck and chill while I go get our food? He thought she'd say no, but she didn't, and by the time he returned with bags and cups, she did look a bit more refreshed.
Go on over to Deerwood. Do you know where that is?
Deerwood lay in the middle of a few streets that weren't official tree or flower names and sported Cape Cod-style homes from the 30s. Clay had wanted one over on Bramcote Street, but he'd lost the bidding war on it. An open space in front of the corner house prompted him to stop and park. We could eat and then walk the block if you needed to walk off the day's stress.
Great idea.
Before taking a bite of his sandwich, Clay asked, So, why this street?
It has the best house. The nights. Seriously, they go all out.
Between bites and slurps of soup, was it stupid that he loved that she slurped it? Glyn regaled him with stories of the different displays the Knights had put up over the years.
And that's only since I've been here. Tracy Knight does it mostly by herself and with a neighbor. Her boys are grown now and can't help, and after James died... She gasped. Oh, wow, you don't know about James.
And without waiting for him to acknowledge this indisputable fact, she proceeded to tell how James and Tracy had once argued about whether celebrating Christmas was even acceptable for Christians and how ugly it had gotten.
Then she found him dead in her yard.
Clay jumped in before she could tell him who done it and why. So the moral of the story is celebrate Christmas or die? She grinned at him.
Gonna put those lights up now?
I'd better, and lots of mistletoe. That popped out before he had time to consider it. By the way she looked away and out the window, Clay suspected she'd gone pink. Interesting. 13. December 8th, 9:14 a.m. Every day, Clay got a new note with an invitation to church, despite the fact that he'd declined for the last 3 days. When Abby questioned him about why, he said he didn't want Glyn to have false hopes about his spiritual openness. That's what he said. He believed it, too. Or he would. Eventually. Maybe after he stopped thinking about the way her hair curled around her ear. That had been yesterday's discovery. Tuesday's had been that her bottom lip had what he could only describe as a dimple in it. A nice little valley right down the middle. It did not call to him. It did not tempt him to smooth it out with his thumb, and it certainly didn't invite him to kiss it. Of course it didn't. This spiral down into ridiculousness all began on Monday night when they'd forgotten to get her car at the church. She'd knocked on his door just before 11 o'clock wearing fuzzy slippers with fox ears and even a fox's tail trailing after them. As if that weren't unexpected enough, she also wore a dress coat over what had to be a nightgown. Flannel. Red plaid. Or at least a red plaid ruffle that peeked out and skimmed her calves. She'd washed off her makeup and had braided her hair into the shortest braids he'd ever seen. She looked 10, going on 35. Adorable and girlish, and yet not. Okay, so he'd kind of half fallen in love with that side of her. Who wouldn't? And if he spent too much time with her, he might just fall for the rest of her, and then where would he be? Most mornings she'd left a note on his porch table before 8 o'clock, but here it was well after 9, and nothing. Not that he checked every few minutes or anything. You're ridiculous.
As if to prove it, he grabbed the mistletoe he'd bought from a kid selling fat bunches of the stuff tied with ribbon and the cup hook he'd unscrewed from the back of his linen closet and carried it out to his porch. There, over his doorway, he screwed in the cup hook and hung the mistletoe. And even that mortification didn't bring her, which, considering that lip that he couldn't forget, was a pretty big disappointment.
Fine, I'll go to church. A few days off between should be enough to prevent expectations.
Yes, it was nice to be back in church. The community at First Church seemed genuine and all it should be, probably would be, until disaster struck, and then who would get buried in the fallout? To bide his time, and keep him from looking and feeling as pathetic as he did, Clay went inside again and pulled out an A5 legal pad. His grandma wrote letters on them. Glyn would never know it, but to him, small legal pad paper carried love, care, and joy on every line.
Glyn, if the invitation is open today, I think I'll come tonight. Want to walk over together? Maybe get coffee or hot chocolate afterward? The monster next door.
He almost scrapped it. Why remind her of his less-than qualities? But it might make her smile, and that was worth it. He folded the bottom third up and the top thirds into a point. That he folded over the rest, and voila, a yellow-lined envelope. Clay's phone rang just as he set it on the table and held it down with the potted rosemary he'd bought as a nod to Christmas. She'd smiled over that. It made things worth it. The head of HR wanted a piece of his hide for sending a misogynistic nightmare her way. While they plotted a dozen practical jokes they'd never play on him, Clay got an idea. He put the phone on speaker and began a search. Brunswick had just what he needed. But on the way out the door, he peeked out to check his table and found a small box with a note beneath it. In the box, maple fudge. The best he'd ever had. Okay, so he'd never had maple fudge, but it was also the best fudge he'd ever had. And the note ensured that he didn't miss his appointment with Home Depot in Brunswick.
Dear Clay, greetings from next door. Tonight is my favorite carol, I think. Can I use that to guilt you into coming with me? How about maple fudge? I tried making a batch, and I think it's pretty good. Hope to see you tonight. Glyn.
She might not hope to see him after his trip to Home Depot. There was only one way to find out, though. As if God himself were smiling on Clay's plans, Glyn's car that had been in the driveway was gone. That might mean she was gone instead of it being in her garage.
Oh, yeah, it's all coming together.
December 8th, 6:49 p.m. The moment she turned onto Elderberry Close, Glyn saw it. Not seeing it, as desirable as that might be, was out of the question. It filled the end of the cul-de-sac with all its terrifying glory. Reaching the top of her lowest gable, the enormous snowman bobbed and waved in the afternoon wind.
Clay really is a monster. That snowman is abominable.
Right then and there, she named him.
Guess that means I'm keeping him. Ugh.
Clay strode out to meet her, beaming as if he'd won something. He had. Round one of a fight he didn't know he'd started. There would be a round two, and she'd be the victor. Just as soon as she stole his phone and figured out how to find Abby. Instinct told her she had an ally in Abby. Or would have. Just as soon as she learned what was going on. She'd barely got the car into park when Clay appeared at her door and opened it.
Hey, I was getting nervous. Thought you'd stand me up at church again.
No, just doing the work thing to be able to afford minor necessities like food, shelter, electricity to power up gelato over there.
A series of expressions flickered across Clay's face with the speed and stuttering of an old silent film. Then he broke out in a huge grin.
Gelato. Good one.
She shot the nylon nightmare a glare and rolled her eyes at the same time. Not an easy feat, either.
Seriously, why him?
Fun. I wanted to see you smile. That grin grew even larger. You've got a great smile.
He really had to stop saying stuff like that. Despite her best efforts at appearing obtuse, Glyn wasn't ignorant of the change that had come over him. Clay didn't flirt exactly, unless you counted the sudden, unexpected appearance of mistletoe over his door, but he most certainly had noticed her more lately, and no matter how her insecurities tried to spin it, he wasn't disappointed in what he found.
Let me get in the house and change shoes, and we can walk over and get a coffee before service. I could use one.
She shot him the most terrifying glare she could manufacture and added,
And if you aren't nice to me, I'll throw the coffee on him.
He doesn't melt, not even a little.
That made her laugh.
You don't know much about that fabric, do you?
While she changed out of her heeled boots into more sensible walking boots, Glyn considered the idea that had formed as they stood there looking at Chelato. It could work. It could work well. Giving herself a last once-over, Glyn hurried back out to find Clay perusing her Christmas tree.
Cool ornaments.
Thanks. I made them.
She had, too. Made every last one of them over the last 5 years and loved every second of it, though she hadn't settled on this year's ornament yet. Maybe little mushrooms made out of acorn caps. They'd be so cute.
You really love this stuff, don't you?
Even without glancing his way, Glyn knew what he meant by this stuff. But, unlike some people, there wasn't a trace of disdain or ridicule in his tone. She chanced that glance and gave him a quick smile when it proved safe. Reaching out to stroke the little mini sleds with their attached greeneries, Glyn said,
You know, cutting popsicle sticks with scissors isn't as easy as the tutorials show.
He tapped the book page Christmas trees.
What about these?
Those were supposed to be felt, but I wanted paper, so I sandwiched a bit of felt between each layer so that I didn't have to stack as many pieces of paper. I think paper would have been easier, but it worked. I like them.
Me too.
Yes, she sighed. When contentment and joy mingle into a near-romantic moment, sometimes a gal can't help it. The air sizzled. Glyn swallowed hard and wished she'd hung mistletoe on the tree. She hadn't wanted to buy one from the Cox kid, but she'd risked it. And if today's change at Clay's house meant anything, so had he. And if she had, right now, she'd be grabbing it and testing that thing out. Not that she'd thought of that all week or anything. That's when it hit her. Right there in her living room, with him admiring her tree and her admiring the lights reflected in his eyes.
Oh no, this can't be happening. I cannot turn my monster neighbor into a romantic hero. That's the stuff Gothic horror movies are made of. What had she called him that first time she'd tried to describe his deficiencies to Daisy? He's like a Build-A-Bear. He has the perfect outfit, totally adorable, and when you squeeze him, he's all polyfill instead of soft, all-natural wool batting.
Daisy had promptly teased her about how much she wanted to squeeze him. That, of course, had led to Glyn threatening to set her up on a blind date. Daisy had won, though. She'd pointed out that the only single guy Glyn knew was her new neighbor with the killer eyes and slightly shaggy, curly dark hair. Movement jerked her out of her reverie. Clay stood there, touching the corner of his eye with a puzzled look on his face.
Did I get it? Whatever you're staring at.
I'm just staring at your eyes. Lights in them, I mean.
She flushed.
It's so pretty.
That flush turned into a very premenopausal hot flash.
I mean the light, not your eyes. Well, your eyes are pretty too, but...
She dashed for the coat rack by the door.
We should go. We won't have time for coffee now.
He caught her at the bottom of the step. In a desperate move to appear nonchalant, Glyn waved at Chelato.
Stay chill, my friend.
There, that would teach him to try to get one over on her. The grind looked reasonably empty by the time they made it to the square, so risking being late, they bolted for the door and managed to only have to wait behind 2 others. Then, without even taking a sip, they booked it up Center Street and over to the church. 6 minutes late. They'd have missed the carol. Her heart squeezed so hard her eyes filled with tears. Or that's how she chose to think of it. Tom smiled at her as they crept in and slid onto the back pew. Without missing a beat, he continued discussing the love of God.
Which brings us to 1 John 3:1. Behold, what manner of love the Father has given to us, that we should be called children of God. And that is what we are. The reason the world does not know us is that it did not know him. Like parents who have waited for years to bring home their adopted children and lavish the love stored in their hearts for those children, how much more is God's love for us? The hymn truly says it well when it says, "Love came down," because God, as the next chapter in 1 John tells us, is love. Capitalize that L in love, because it refers to God himself.
He went on to share Jeremiah 31:3 and the everlasting love of God. But as he read his final verse, Zephaniah 3:17, he emphasized the last words.
He will rejoice over you with singing, and I think he would be blessed to hear us sing this carol again. Our Glyn missed it the first time, and I know it's her favorite. It would glorify our God to sing these words about him and to encourage our sister with those words. Kelsey, can you help us out here?
Kelsey moved forward, slipped the acoustic guitar from its stand near the piano, and moved back to sit on the first pew. The first notes unleashed a dam of emotion Glyn didn't know she'd been holding back, and tears poured down her cheeks. Clay didn't hesitate. He slid one hand around her shoulders while flipping awkwardly with his other to find the right page in the carol folder. It was a waste of time. Glyn collapsed onto the seat, sobbing, and abandoning all hope of singing along, he dropped the folder onto the pew in front of them and sat beside her, wrapping both arms around her. Then it happened. A soft whisper she almost doubted she'd actually heard.
Lord, comfort her.
14. December 14th, 9:02 a.m. The little smart car rolled down the street, and from his hiding spot by his front room window, Clay could see Glyn craning to see him if she could. He'd give it 10 minutes before he went out to see today's missive. She'd gone from consoling on Friday night to demanding on Saturday morning. Then again, she'd known he was home and wasn't answering his door. That might have affected things a little. Sunday's invite came with a bite. He could hear every word dripping in her own flavor of sarcasm. How did he know what that sounded like? Had he ever heard it? But even now the words came back to him.
I know that admitting anyone but the great Clay Ruskin is lord of anything in his life must be difficult, but you survived. Try it again. I'm leaving at 7:15 tonight. We are singing Away in a Manger sometime this week. I'm sure of it. It has little Lord Jesus mentioned, but I promise it won't kill you to sing it. Come with?
He'd balled it up, thrown it in the trash, and dumped the rest of the turkey soup he'd made and barely touched on top so he wouldn't be tempted to pull it out. And he still regretted it. At least it was authentic Glyn. He delighted in authentic Glyn. Could love her if she would leave the God stuff out of it. If only he could conjure up the vehemence he'd once had behind that thought. She'd battered a hole in that wall, and now he could see through to the relationship he'd once cherished. Monday, she'd been snippy, but she'd sent the invite. Tuesday, she'd left a plate of cookies, half of them broken, and a note saying he was still welcome to come, even if he didn't want to sit with or speak to her. As he'd slammed that plate on his counter and a few more cookies broke, he'd grinned. That's why they were broken. Yesterday she'd pounded on the door for an hour. Abby had railed at him for it. His conscience had turned cartwheels in support of Abby's not-so-gentle rebukes. But he remained firm. Glyn Darrow had broken him down, and he couldn't let it keep happening.
And just as I figured her out, too.
Because he had. Okay, so he'd talked to Daisy while shopping for gelato. The woman wouldn't tell him what Glyn's story was.
That's hers to tell,
she'd insisted. What Daisy did say was that as frustrating as Glyn could be about trying to do everything right, there was a reason for it, and he should find out what that reason was. As far as he could tell, once upon a time, Glyn hadn't done what was expected, with tragic, in her mind anyway, results, and she was determined not to make that mistake again. Well, his story, if you stretched it in the right contortions, was the same. Sort of. In his mind anyway. But she'd been gone long enough. If he waited too much longer, she could come back while he was out getting his mail and her daily note. Not that he looked forward to that note every day or anything. Nope, not at all.
You are so pathetic.
He forgot his shoes, so by the third step onto his walk, he did the frozen toe hop all the way to his mailbox and back. At the little table by the door sat more fudge. The woman was killing him. And the note. Though tempted to stand out there and read it, cold toes sent him inside and to his kitchen, where he popped one piece in his mouth faster than you could spit out a hair. Revolting as that thought was. This time, the note was on a small, creamy embossed card. A Christmas wreath. He flicked it up.
Dear Clay, greetings from a lonely friend next door. I miss you. I think I know what you're running from. I have something to say about that. You say you care about authenticity? Well, turn around.
A cold chill whipped up from his toes and into his heart. Clay turned and found Glyn standing there, looking both like a whipped puppy and like a kitten ready to fight. The question flew from his lips before he could examine them to see if he wanted the answer.
What do you have to say?
She stepped forward. Once. Twice. His heart squeezed at the tears he saw form in her eyes. This time, he knew it. The tears were for him. She placed a cold hand on his cheek and held it there. Time hovered in that nebulous way that makes it feel as if everything has stopped still.
You value authenticity?
He nodded, not trusting himself to say something he shouldn't.
You thought I was faking everything when I put up lights and put out candy and did all the things I do, right? I talked to Abby. She said it drove you crazy.
He'd kill Abby later, probably right after he found out how she got Abby's number. But in the meantime, he just nodded.
Well, then it's time to stop being a hypocrite.
Excuse me?
Clay would have said more, might have thrown the mouth-watering maple deliciousness at her if, 1, she hadn't been so near that he'd probably hit her with his hand before the stuff left the plate, and, 2, he wouldn't get to eat it. He was ticked, not stupid. Standing there with his face now cradled in both hands, she stood on tiptoe and kept her gaze firmly locked on his.
There is nothing authentic about not admitting that Jesus is Lord when you know He is.
Those words came out in a whisper, but they sliced through his defenses and seated his heart. Covering both of her hands with his, Clay hesitated before removing them from his face and stepping back.
Get out.
December 14th, 9:04 p.m. It was all that stupid song's fault. She'd spent the whole day nursing a grudge and building an epic campaign designed to put Clay in his place. He'd flirted with her. He'd prayed for her. If she had anything to say about it, he'd repent and quit fighting God. The old Jacob. No, Jonah. So to say she was a bit disquieted when they sang Away in a Manger, and the line, "But the little Lord Jesus, no crying he makes," jumped out at her was an understatement. Usually she mocked the idiot writer who thought Jesus hadn't been human. Part of her suspected the author of the hymn had assumed Jesus didn't need diapers either. But that night, seated alone on her end of the pew, Glyn heard something in those words she'd never noticed before.
It's foreshadowing. It's showing what Jesus would do when accused. He didn't put up a defense, didn't cry out and rail at his accusers. And if that is right, then railing at someone else to get him to repent is probably not Christ-like either.
She'd gone home subdued, quiet, you might say, and she'd rested well in the knowledge that the Lord would handle Clay in his own good time. She'd washed the dishes, mopped the kitchen floor, and even wrapped his Christmas gift, a new North Face sweatshirt that didn't have a rip at the front pocket, a hole in one elbow, and an indeterminate stain in the general area of his chin. It sat under her tree, looking like a little boy waiting for his birthday party to begin, too dressed up for comfort, but looking spiffy nonetheless. A little part of her that Glyn didn't want to acknowledge wondered if she'd ever give it to him. Her heart drooped a little. This is what came of hoping that good men really did still exist, hoping that if Clay was really a good guy, and he sure seemed like it, there was hope for them. Hoping that his interest in what she enjoyed was as genuine, authentic, as he seemed to be in every other way. And that, a voice from her past, is your problem. You live on hopes and dreams and ignore reality. You're lucky anyone bothers with you at all. So a cute guy, a nice, cute guy, don't get your hopes up. He's not interested.
You shouldn't have pushed him, Glyn Darrow. You got desperate and you pushed, and now you're going to have to suffer the consequences and wait on the Lord for his timing.
It sounded so reasonable, so spiritual, and it might have worked if she hadn't looked up to see that little sprig of hope, otherwise known as mistletoe, hanging overhead. Stupid Cox boy and his "I want to earn money for Christmas presents" extortion. Since she couldn't go off on a kid who wasn't there, Clay would have to do. Yep, this was war. And if he weren't reasonable, Chalato would be sacrificed to appease her wrath. Or however that worked. Snowflakes began their lazy descent from heaven as she marched out the door in her fuzzy socks. Why did snow always start falling whenever she had to go confront Clay about something? It was like God was auditioning to be the set guy on a Christmas movie or something. Cue snow and rolling. 3 things happened as she reached Clay's front door. She knocked. Obvious, but it was one of the things. She noticed her feet were freezing and wet. And she remembered that Clay hadn't opened his door voluntarily all week. There was no way he'd do it now after she'd chewed him out.
And this is why you avoid men. They're all alike, even the potentially good ones.
The thought was hardly comforting. She'd made it almost a whole month before hope had wrestled caution to the snow-covered ground. But 2 weeks into the golden haze of hopeful bliss, the wind of reality, Glyn, disgusted at the fanciful turn of her thought, did an about-face and marched down the steps. Clay opened the door just as she'd stepped back into the rapidly accumulating snow on his walkway.
"Are you trying to kill yourself?"
Yes, Neil Kirkpatrick, I'm trying to die. It's what I live for.
That didn't sound right. Clay snickered, and well, Glyn couldn't blame him. It was a pretty stupid thing to say. Her lips twitched. Though she willed them to stand down, she could feel the corners turning up.
Traitors.
And as if she needed more torment, Clay came down, put an arm around her shoulder. No, she could not get used to that, thank you very much, and led her inside. He steered her toward the kitchen counter where a little yellow legal pad and a pen lay waiting. A gentle nudge prompted her to reach for it.
Read it?
Please, out loud.
She shot him a look before reading. Yes, it was aloud. No, it wasn't as loud as he might have wanted.
Dear Glyn, I'm sorry. There is no excuse for my rudeness and unkindness. Please forgive me. You were right, and I didn't want to hear it.
Glyn's voice petered out at that point. She couldn't keep reading. Instead, she gripped the counter and stared at the flecks and veins running through the granite.
What happened to you?
I'll tell you if you tell me why you are so obsessed with doing the right thing and you don't enjoy the things you do.
A poinsettia sat close by. It hadn't been there last night. Her gaze slid around the wide-open space, and Glyn realized there was no tree.
Do you hate Christmas?
Nope, love it.
Why no tree?
Her heart took a deep breath and held it as he reached for her, and then dropped his hand just shy of touching her cheek.
Because trees are only fun if you have someone to share them with.
Hands trembling, she moved to his couch and plopped down before she fell down. When her hands continued to shake, she shoved them between her knees and focused on breathing. Focused on how comfortable the couch was. Who ever heard of a corduroy couch? But it was, sort of. Leather back, corduroy cushions, suede arm covers. Weird. And so cozy and comfy. Clay lowered himself next to her and clasped his hands together in front of him.
A woman I loved died.
Glyn understood that, sort of. She had loved once, until that love had been poisoned.
I'm sorry.
She was my best friend's mother, and like a second mom to me.
He shot her a weak smile, and Glyn wondered why people felt compelled to smile when their hearts were breaking.
Maybe because for one tiny moment, that smile is the glue keeping them from shattering.
She'd spent 20 years doing the right thing.
Clay made air quotes without even raising his hands or unfolding them. Just tiny little movements with his other fingers still laced together.
She made his favorite meals, made sure the kids didn't annoy him, did without so they could have everything, but made sure she looked as good as possible so he wouldn't go off on her for letting herself go.
Tears slid down his cheeks, and Glyn leaned against him, wrapping her arms around his.
Stephen, my friend, said he couldn't even remember her talking back to him. She just stood there and took it. The belittling, the railing, the almost hitting that didn't even give her the satisfaction of a bruise to know it wasn't all in her head.
Glyn knew about that. But if she died...
Then he went off on Stephen's little sister one day, and Mrs. Brahms went to the church for help. Taking it for herself was one thing, but going after her daughter? Nope.
She'd been there, too, and squeezed his arm at what she knew would come next.
They told her she needed to be like Jesus. Take the accusations and win him over without a word.
Clay's shoulders began to shake with poorly repressed sobs. He wiped tears away as fast as they fell, but he could never keep up.
You don't have to tell me, Clay. I know. More than you think. I know.
But he kept going as if he didn't hear her. He told about how they'd brought her husband in for counseling with her, how she'd sat there shaking, how Stephen knew it because he'd sneaked in to listen so he could be her witness, how his father had pretended to be so contrite. He didn't know his wife was so sensitive. Why hadn't she told him his helpful suggestions felt like criticism? They'd pray about it together. They'd work through their problems, and how grateful he was that the church had come alongside them.
You can imagine what it was like when they got home. Stephen tried to intervene. His dad threw him out, actually threw him out of the house. He lived with us until after graduation. He swallowed the bile that rose in his throat and continued. Once Mr. Brahms went downstairs to his porn collection. Mrs. Brahms got Sammy and drove away from the house. When she stiffened, he stopped, tried to look at her, sobbed again. Worst funeral ever. Mostly because of how the whole church rallied around Mr. Brahms as if he were a victim.
They sat there, clinging to each other until Glyn finally mustered the strength to say, "I left. Everyone condemned me, told me to do the right thing, but I couldn't take it for one more day. I had to choose between ending my marriage or my life. I chose ending the marriage. Thought I'd stay single. Less judgment that way." When his arms tightened and she felt his cheek against her head, Glyn thought maybe she didn't need to tell the rest. But she did. "I didn't do the right thing. I did the safe thing. I did the life thing. And before I could file for divorce, I was a widow. He died because I chose my life over his. So now—"
Clay broke in. "Now you try to make sure you always do what is perceived to be right, regardless of whether you want to?"
Maybe. She didn't know. But she did know that not doing what she thought was right was a sin. James 4:17 said so. Glyn just shrugged. And unlike Robert, she couldn't remember the last time she'd allowed herself to even think of his name. Clay let that lie there. For now, he just held her until her own tears fell. 15. December 22nd, 3:41 p.m. Crawling down Elderberry Close, Clay decided against backing into his drive. He'd park in the street and deal with it. If he made it without sideswiping a car, that is. And sideswiping gave him an idea. If only it would work. He pulled up to his house, backed up a bit, and parked. Hauling his duffel bag out of the seat beside him, he stared at the packages, mentally going over each and making sure they could freeze without disaster. Yep, leave them there. When the storm passed, he'd be on his way again. Glyn's house looked forlorn and lonely with gelato deflated and covered in snow. No lights, nothing to hint of the hominess she worked so hard to cultivate.
Should have made use of that mistletoe before she left.
He'd talked himself into it 6 times a day, and talked himself out of a baker's 6, so to speak. And then she'd gone, smiling at him, admitting she'd miss him, promising to text when she made it home. As if thinking of that text was all it took, his phone began playing Away in a Manger, for reasons Glyn hadn't explained yet. He'd learned all about her crazy family. They were seriously nuts, and she'd learned all about his. His were deliberate nuts. They'd played vicious games of sorry and war, and watched each other's favorite Christmas movies. His, Claus, hers, while you were sleeping, of course. They shared favorite foods, except he loved black licorice. She thought it tasted like medicine. She loved cilantro and he didn't. The text was short and much sweeter than he'd expected.
Whiteout conditions. Going back home. At this rate, won't be there until 6 or 7. Shouldn't have had that second coffee.
As he finished reading, a second one followed.
Sticking my neck out there to say that I miss you. Too soon?
Absolutely not too soon. Real. He loved how very real she was, even when it seemed she wasn't. Odd but cool. He sent back a 3-word reply.
Miss you more.
The wait began. He'd cleared out his fridge, so frozen pizza for dinner it was, but he'd wait until she drove in to put it in the oven. Next up, her house. He went over, moved the thermostat to 67, and turned on her window candles and Christmas tree lights. Outside, He scooped off as much of the snow as he could without damaging gelato and turned on the thing. It struggled for half a second and then inflated once more. And the wait continued. At 10 to 7, he saw headlights. He stood at the window and watched as she tried to maneuver around his truck and failed. Then she parked at a T-bone as if to show him what she really thought of him. Perfect. With the pizzas in the oven, the timer on his phone set, checked, exited, and returned to ensure it really was on, Clay grabbed his coat, checked the pocket, and bolted out the door. Glyn answered hers before he could even knock. He laughed.
"Before you knock, I will open."
Not giving her a chance to reply, he pulled out the mistletoe he'd stashed in his pocket, poked himself on the tack he'd brought as well, and pressed them into the doorframe above her head. The woman watched, her eyes growing wide and definitely sparkling a bit, but that could have been the porch light. Clay preferred to think it was delighted anticipation. With the stage set, Clay tried a serious look, and suspected he failed, as he said,
"Hey, Glyn. Welcome home. I brought—"
After a quick glance upward, he slipped an arm around her waist and pulled her up close. Lips hovering over hers, he whispered,
"Greetings from next door."
Glyn was having none of that. 1 second he'd said door, and the next he was lost in a tangle of lips and emotions. Somewhere between that moment and the last kiss goodnight, Glyn said,
Merry Christmas. It is for me, anyway.
and somewhere between the last kiss goodnight and the last call of the night, Clay said,
"It's probably too soon, but I don't care. When the weather clears, will you come home with me? If I'm going to fall in love with you, you need to meet my family."
I'm in favor of that idea.
He grinned and dashed across to her house, getting snow down into his shoes, danced the cold foot dance until she opened the door, pressed another kiss to her cheek, and asked,
"Which one?"
Both, and then some.
At his quizzical look, she added,
If it includes you, I'm all in.
How she did it, he didn't know. But when he finally went to bed, he found a note on his pillow, written on A5 lined yellow paper stolen from his end table.
Dear Monsterless Clay, greetings from next door. Why does that seem so far away now? I feel like I'm in middle school again, but here goes. I like you. Now I feel like I should add, do you like me? Circle yes or no. Anyway, I had to tell you that. Don't give up on me, okay? This is great right now. I'll panic eventually. Just be you, all authentically you, and give me time to work out who me is. Love, Glyn.
Call him crazy, but Clay grabbed a pen, circled yes, and plowed back through the snow to drop the note in her old mail slot. She'd find it in the morning. Then she'd come over with a reply, and he'd initiate the mistletoe in his entryway. Merry Christmas to him. The end. This is Krista Del Sorbo. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Greetings from Next Door by Shatona Havig. No part of this production may be used to train artificial intelligence of any kind or in any way. Thank you for listening.